Blessed evening.
Blessings.
Blessings.
Good morning, good afternoon, worldwide. We are the Titans.
Let them
Yeah,
know.
man. Hey, tonight, people, we're that, because we're going to carry live the debate, which we never believe in it, because the debate can help Andrew Holness. So, marketing the debate. So, let me just tell them right now, no, Andrew Holness, nobody should even debate him. So the debate commission, he said, if you don't ask the right thing tonight, I always would be out of man, From tonight, Maybe just tell it from now. You understand? What we want here, what everybody want here, we want to hear about corruption.
Yes.
Yeah, remember the one where coming like him about potato in their mouth, my brothers and sisters. The one where about potato in their mouth, I go like him, him create the English language. When talk about things, you just similar. Skip over abuse of the encouragement, and you got 30 days. You see, we don't love to labor right color too much, we don't have mood right now for petrol, Kind of them time when I be here, we don't pet nobody. We only have some. We are the Titans, we don't pet people. Right? So you skip over and you're going to go ask some little stupid question, ask about the government for the whole 10 years where them are run and the amount of corruption that bad. So what we want here, we want to hear about, SSL. We want to hear about SSL. See? We want to hear about the whole of them thing there right now. We want to hear about Holland. Holland. And we want to hear about Cash Plus.
Yeah.
We need to hear about these things. You understand? Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, man. See? Yeah, man. See? We need to hear about all of these things that are number one. And then people may have a breaking news in that Koguno. We don't have to believe this. Just now, can I remember we have Eagle service. You know what the Eagle does capture? We don't have to believe this. You know something? All right, now come with breaking. The Eagle does capture something what we don't have to frighten. The whole of we frighten. But just let me just let them open and we start the show. I'm not going to show you what the Eagle does capture in a Port Morant. In a St. Thomas. Just now. Yes, my brother Barra.
Well, to all of the viewers, subscribers, and persons who continue to follow us, right? The Titans, Mystic Sensation, right? And we catch it there. Catch. Tonight is going to be sensational. Trust me. Because guess what? The right people are in the right place to break it down and deliver. Remember, we don't play around ourselves. What we say, fam? No tabloid.
No tabloid.
No tabloid around here. If you are not real, then cut it off. You understand? Professional things we are dealing with. You understand? Good research, proper research, right? Facts finding, evidence, and delivery. And I heal back to a Titan.
Well, as usual, we're coming at the place and we come with the hammer to beat it till it bend. We no beg friend. And right now, we have to reveal everything as it relates to the guy, them corruption, high level of corruption, yeah? Because the entire world has looked in on the GMP performance and has credited with a 0 ratings. Yeah, I mean, I talk about even people in the UK, who are English citizens, want for a better phrase, white people who I speak to. Yeah, they know about Jamaican Prime Minister as it relates to his high level of corruption. They know about his, court case with the Integrity Commission as well. So, I mean, this looks bad. This looks very bad. And Jamaica, as an island in the Caribbean, an island that so many people has adopted as an island of destination from when Jamaica was a place used to accommodate visitors with a high level of hospitality. So people engrave themselves to Jamaica and love Jamaica. But them no love where I'm going in a Jamaica right now. So we have to come here and fill that space there with a voice the voice that will be resonating right around the globe, reverberate through all nook and cranny corner people on the day of September the 3rd, 2025, when you go to vote, make sure know the X is beside the head, because the head is what give you moral, wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And I yield back the floor.
Yes, Prince Q.
Yeah, good evening, Wayne Lonesome. Good evening, Uncle Byron. Good evening, Melvin Pod. Good evening to everyone in the chat, everyone listening and watching this program tonight. And I would like to say there's a rumor going around that they're switching out the presiding officers with the poll clerks. It does not matter, and it should not matter or affect the voting tomorrow or on Wednesday coming, because the poll clerk and the presiding officer are given the same training. You understand me, my people? So there's no reason for my voters to panic. All right. So tomorrow we know that the soldiers, the police, and the EOJ workers are coming out to vote. Let us come out and vote. And I encourage my soldier brothers and sisters, come out and put the X beside the head. Electoral workers, put the X beside the head tomorrow. I remember, my people, do not panic about switching the poll clerk with the presiding officer. They're given the same training.
All right, so
I yield the floor to you.
right away, because we're going to walk them in. I have something, I do a breaking news, brothers and sisters. I do a breaking news. I'm not afraid no one to see what I do. Because we just do it, you know. We're not afraid to show them behavior sometimes. How you going to open with Pastor Vicky?
Yeah, good evening, Father Lonesome. Good evening, everyone in the chat, on the panel. Tonight we will witness a man who's a brilliant mind standing beside a man who's corrupt and have a criminal mind. Tonight we will witness a man who signed the Integrity Leadership Code of Conduct and a man who refused to sign the Integrity Leadership Code of Conduct as it relates to the 7 Nolan principles of ethics. Tonight, we will see a successful businessman who understands business and banking beside a criminal who was involved in all of the Ponzi schemes in Jamaica, the 90s meltdown, Cash Plus, Olint, SSL, and BlackRock. Tonight, we will witness a man who is certified versus or standing with a man who's uncertified. It is very clear that Comrade Leader Mark Golan has the qualification, the skill sets, the temperament to become and will be the next Prime Minister of the great country of Jamaica. And it will be clear and evident that a criminal, corrupt, outgoing Prime Minister will lie his way through and spin his way through the debate. But as Father Lonesome said, fact check him in real time. While he might talk, get out on a phone and start doing a research, and you will see the difference. So on September the 3rd, put your X beside the head in the box. Do not put your X above the box or below the box, but put it in the box exactly beside the head. And vote these criminals out of the government. They should never ever been in the government. And it's a disgrace that the Jamaica country we love so dearly has found itself at a crossroads between corruption and integrity, between good and evil, between wickedness and between honesty. And so, people of Jamaica, I wish the debates was right now, because I can't wait to see Comrade Leader hammering this criminal and expose him even the more. Thank you. Back over to you, Father Lonesome.
Right, so we're going to start now, people, because we have a breaking news. So we can start. Titans. Up. about it. 1 a.m.
Start packing because you are going.
Right, as we're not keen back, we have to just go straight to breaking news. Straight to breaking news.
Yeah. Who want General?
I'm here, we are here. So hear this. Why you give me the rundown down this, you know, because we have to watch the thing tonight. But you have to give me a rundown on your ends.
Well, my ends, you know, just I talked to the boss a while ago.
Yes.
Run, yeah?
Yes.
I'm a soldier, them there around him. Massive. My nephew them just called me a while ago. So, yeah. We are beat them wicked, man. We not play with them, you know.
Down there when we come in back. Down there's a sentence where I'm there, gone clear. A union.
Up to. You think me can't do the diaspora now work?
No, say nothing, brothers. Because we have to.
You think me not play with them?
All right, sir. Well, no, man. Well,
Me not play with them. My see that.
Yeah, right,
And
sir.
that's how me live.
You see now, the two one in the UK now in the diaspora. See you are lying here. Hey, the other day when you depend the thing, you know, some people say I'm melting pot that.
Yeah, man, just walk my place a while ago.
When you wake up, when I call to service. When I
Yeah.
call to service. And see me, I'm a brother here, I write us over there, you know.
Yeah.
And Pastor Ricky over next door, they say, you know, I'm a neighbor. I'm in Jamaica.
Hey, Wayne.
Who's a neighbor? Yes.
This is the fool that will go down there in the by-election.
Yes.
We're people to test it. And you have over about 40,000 votes in the constituency. Then, and all right, so we have split the vote in half and half. Labour right half, PNP half.
Yeah.
And for PNP not test it, none at all. And you get 4,000 votes. You see how an idiot. Nobody no recognize you.
No, that's a punk.
You see a punk that?
Let me show you something. What about the breaking news? And come to you. What a breaking news?
Matthew British.
Yeah.
What a breaking news? I'm going on.
Yeah.
What is the breaking news, people? What's a breaking news? More to look on the screen. Good. You know what this? We're not going to believe this. Where you see that, so? I want that when you can't see us, so.
Illuminati.
What I do like to you?
Look like a Brinks.
Beryllium truck.
Beryllium truck. People, this is Michelle Charles' office since evening. Michelle, this is done at Port Marant. Me don't know say Brinks are going to fear office. Remember tomorrow, police and who for a vote. And yet still Brinks drive up in a fear seater. So she can't say that. Remember, you know, you can't say we can't drive up and take it.
So what?
Michelle,
I said about the money that the Brinks to give away for buy a boat.
Nobody vote this.
I buy them a buy a boat. It not work, you know.
No, remember that's sure. Remember, see there is a Brinks. Remember we just capture this, you know, Michelle. See that? Yes, it says I can't wear capture it out. Remember the eagle there everywhere, you know. When you see what they bring to the people, what them are going to tell we say? Eh? I know
that no one know.
I'm going with them just now down a clean place. No, the other sister, down a Clarendon. People, this is Port Marant, right across from the tax office. Mr. Charles' office. First, we are seeing Brinks going at this. Can be sure say it's not a bank. And them not keep money and them not the business, them kind of business the right or something. You see this? Eh? So you see melting pot, you see Byron?
Yes, man. It's clear. It's clear.
It now help and we are burning it from now. So we are calling the authority for now. You know. See there? When I see it, see there? Our office. See, when I say Jamaica Labour Party, there. See there, see there, no look.
Yeah, man.
Our office, our Brinks since evening, since now.
But Wayne,
Aye.
I want to go a little bit further than that because we know that the government recently, right, awarded Kenneth Benjamin right? Because that is Kenneth Benjamin Company,
Yes.
billions of dollars in contracts, security contracts.
Yes.
So this is what you understand. Kenneth Benjamin is aiding the process in wanting to, you understand, aid the government. The Kenneth Benjamin want this government to stay in power. You understand, so that he can get the luxurious contracts. You understand? Kenneth Benjamin is a part of this criminality.
No, but what I said to you, no care what you do, no brings them a drive up in a constituency and I carry them kind of money. Because when brings a carry money, you know, it must carry some piece of food.
Yeah.
Having a fear in our office. Yeah, it's not a, you understand what I say, brother?
Yeah, me get
Yeah, man.
Money and carry it. For do I buy vote? A police have vote tomorrow, so when I can buy your St. Thomas police, you know, corrupted too, you know.
Holy for them, man.
I want to come out, come tell me nothing different about this. Where brings a do in your office, in your place, come deliver. Remember, this is not a store, you know, brother.
You see,
It's not a store. Them can't say them a pick up money them from either. Not like this one there in no office. Them kind of office are doing it.
this is fundamentally wrong way.
Yes.
That is one of the reasons why when we talk about you know, party financing from persons who are financing the party, it needs to be known. All persons who are financing the party, right, needs to be it needs to be an open situation where people can see that, okay, all right, you are not giving the party an exorbitant amount of money and then later looking for what we call political kickback. Because Benjamin, this is Kenneth Benjamin unit being used in this situation. So me as a critical thinker is saying that Kenneth Benjamin is facilitating this process because Kenneth Benjamin want the corrupted government to stay in power.
Yeah, to them, they want to milk the country and take the tax, pay people their money.
Exactly, Radolph.
Yeah.
Kenneth Benjamin.
Remember, Kenneth Benjamin wants a beach. He wants another beach in Montego Bay.
Yes.
He's after another beach.
Exactly.
The beach, that be everything to that giant thing where we are talking about corrupted government.
Yes.
You get billions. Because what me I said to you know, him is the next one in a Byron. But what me I say, when Michelle Charles, what kind of money you get so? That you bring some money to go do what? Police and the workers, them, your workers, them voting thing. People, you understand them are vote.
Yeah.
They boots up some people for vote.
So this is what I'm saying, Wayne. Is this a part of the money, the agreement, the amount of contract that awarded to Kenneth Benjamin? Kenneth Benjamin is giving no rewards as it relates to political kickback in doing this.
Yes.
Yeah,
This is them boy contributions with all of the money that them store up and rob. Saying, no, them up.
But me answer to you, brother. Even if you get the contract and carry it, what Michelle Charter do with the money you saw? What you do with that bring?
So the boat you buy, boss. Boat you buy them in general.
The ambulance van
should have bought. See, that's what I meant you them wear that, you know that. Wear, me say that clip to you.
Yeah.
In a Sandy Park. I'm talk to the youth about 300 youth.
Yes.
Then, so my go and pass through there and bless up the place. And you know, say, the youth them tell to never go down on the JLP thing. That bull out. We'll take some money from this boy named Chuck. And I'll tell him, say, when we done that, bulla man, we are born him, we are born it live and show you.
Yeah, you tell me. Yes.
And you then burn him again and run him out. And we are chat about. You want to say, Aaron, to rise up the youth them in the saying of that.
No, son, you're there. So, melting pot. Where's the pan this?
Well, this brings parking up beside Michelle Charles' constituency office. It's very suspicious and it raises eyebrow. Because what it is, if that company that Kenny Benjamin runs is a company that donates money to the Jamaica Labour Party, that should have been submitted long ago. It cannot be at this critical point in time because that party funding would have to be declared, certified, and used already in the process as it will lead to the campaign. But this brings parking up here just on the eve of the election. It is telling us that this money comes specifically for vote buying and for their fanfare to whip up a storm. But no matter the storm or them whip up, the People's National Party has already calmed the whole situation.
Long time, man. I will lick them street and lane tonight when Mark Walling talk to this drunk guy. You see?
Same song.
Right.
Yeah, we have built this drunk head.
There is no possibility. There is no possibility that the Jamaica Labour Party can win this election. On the ground, it is showing like 12 to 1. 12 Comrade to 1 Labour, right? So there is no way. So we just know that, it's a losing battle. Michelle Charles a fight. The people them reject her. Yeah, and she don't even aware of the facts that the people them reject her. The people them reject the entire Jamaica Labour Party. Because the people them know for a fact that the high level of corruption has cost them dearly in them livelihood. The people them can't buy nothing, them can't pay bills. Them depend on friends and family in the diaspora to get them through. Back to school is on the horizon. And a lot of people are looking for help from the diaspora, not from the Jamaica Labour Party, because they are a party of liars and promisers, deceivers, fighters, haters. And for that fact of the matter, the people have realized that time comes. I yield back the floor.
Prince Q.
Time come, Wayne, man.
Yeah,
The people them rise up,
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Wayne. As I can see, a vehicle like this should not be in front of a office right now, a political office
No.
right now, the eve of an election right now. That I agree with. But I'm going to put you back to the point that Benjamin is trying to buy a beach in Montego Bay, and these people came out even over the weekend on their debate platform and say that they're going to give access to beaches. Even on their campaign trail, they've been saying to give access to beaches. How can you be giving access to beach when you're planning to sell a Guyanese? A Guyanese. Benjamin is a Guyanese, not a Jamaican. You understand me? One of our beaches, prime beaches in Montego Bay too. So I will look out against Benjamin right now because I will not have him on a beach in Montego Bay. Because one in St. Anne already. We don't want him in Montego Bay here. Because the rules, regulation he puts on the beach in St. Anne, we don't want it here in Montego Bay. It's ridiculous. You understand me? We want access to our beaches. These beaches were given to us. You understand me? Benjamin, you need to step back. Step back right now. Because guess what happened? What happened to Michael Lee Chin is the same thing that happened to you. Michael Lee Chin now is on the brink of collapsing right now. Is asking the board members of NCB is asking to step down as chairman. Everybody who supports, they're not learning. Everybody who supports the Jamaica Labour Party over and over again in their campaigns have actually came out on the losing end. You understand me? Benjamin, you're going to feel it. And I yield the floor.
All right. So, Pastor Ricky, as me say again, this Michelle Charles, nobody not like her up there. And you see, them take all the people them land. And then come now with a brings in front of her, this name by vote. With the ambush and the call Michelle Charles. And by the way, you, Sniffy, let me show you where you are going with you, because I watch you right now. Sniffy right now, I draw down a bar and beer, liquor and thing. That's the next sister down in a calendar. That's the next sister we go on. That's Michelle brother, sister. Sniffy.
You know, man.
All right. So him down there, so let me show you him down there do right now. Let me show him how the eagle connect. Let me show him how the eagle connect. Well on there. Where Sniffy do right now, yeah? If I make you read what you do. I drive around and buy out labor right bars and that you do. Him soon come from the corner. Green shirt, they are wait. And you see that? You see the time? You can't see the time. Remember me have
Yeah, man,
correspondent.
756. 756.
All right, you have correspondent everywhere. I saw me work. I'm going to tell you.
755.
You look for everything on our door. We can't video it or picture. We don't do anything to it. That the man in the wilderness is. Yes, so you see what I do? Him down there with the buyout thing too, you know. And his sister up here so with drinks with money. When upon the eve of our election, drinks every money come.
Yeah, but
Water, and brother.
yeah,
Water. And the flour
right.
the drinks carry. You could have go buy a money to work with. Very young. You're talking Father Vicky.
Yeah, and vote buying is prohibited in Jamaica under the Representation of the People's Act of 1944, Section 70, Section 91, Section 94, Section 96, and Section 97 prohibit vote buying. It's illegal. And so we're calling on the good members of the JCF who wear their badge with honor and serve to protect, to reassure, to do the honorable thing and lock up these criminals. It no matter. This is what them the Father lonesome on everyone. What these people do, them starve the people them and wait for 4 years and 11 months, and a month before the election, them ramp up them vote buying campaign as if the people them supposed to forget about the pain and the suffering and the hardships, the setbacks and the mishaps, so them suffer for 4 years and 11 months. But I just want to tell the people of Jamaica one thing, because I did the math. Let me run over it. Give me 2 minutes. If you sell your votes for $3,000, election cycle is a period of 5 years. So once every 5 years, if you sell your vote for $3,000, it's equivalent to $600 per year, $50 per month, and $1.66 per day. If you sell your vote for $5,000, it's equivalent to $2.77 a day. If you sell your vote for $10,000, it's equivalent to $5.55 a day. If you sell your vote for $20,000, it's equivalent to $11.11 a day. If you sell your vote for $40,000, it's equivalent to $22.22 a day. And finally, if you sell your vote for $50,000, it's equivalent to $27.77 a day. The people must reject this because you can't sell out your future, your picture them future, and your grandchildren's future, 3 generations for $27.77 a day, or $22.22 a day, or $11.11 a day. This is ridiculous, and it's time that the people them change their mindset and come to the full realization that they must sell with them future to a government who cares nothing about them. Government, these criminals think about winning the next election. And so whatever it takes to win, this is what they do. And then after the election, them starve the people them again. Them take out the pipes and the pumps them, and the people them now have no water running on them pipe. The road them deplorable, the hospital them deplorable, cost of living gone, jack up high, and the people them must suffer. Do not sell your votes. You are doing yourself a disservice, and you're living below your standard and your privilege. We can't stop them from getting money for sell votes, but we can talk directly to the people of Jamaica and let them know that you're selling your vote for little bit or nothing, selling out your future, and it's a disservice to you, your children, and your grandchildren. Back over to you, Father Lord.
Right, Bulla, before you come in, Bulla.
Yeah.
We don't see like in a Portland, we don't see the man them with connect like to pump valves and them must spend the money. No, we see a brings. At first, we see some people say, be a face. Have a brings and feed them office. You can't dispone the brings. Wait, carry, we have to say, carry some flour. You ever see Beverly and carry flour, brother?
All right. You see it. Well, Well, we ain't.
And it now carry the money, $1 million. You can't just put $1 million upon you. It a carry money for you.
Marcus Garvey, they tell you about them people, you know.
Yes.
Marcus Garvey.
Yes.
Marcus Garvey, they tell you about them licky people, you know.
Yes.
Saying, I went them back against one, them and realize themselves, you know. But you know, our PNP don't do this. The what they call it now? I save them soul right now, you know.
Yes,
Man like you know. Man like the people that were in the audience right now, I save enough of them soul right now, you know. Saying to below the eye them, they on this panel, for teach them and learn them. What is to sell them soul? Saying, and them back and get them to wall. Say to what we have to do, you know, we are try our best for our children, our grandchildren, come learn and do the right thing. Saying, so what me I do right now, yes, in the diaspora, me I fight for my children and my grandchildren in future. That me could have come on a platform. Blessed to my Wayne Lonesome. I should have 1,000 of Wayne Lonesome. And the world is a change. You understand me? And me tell them. So now, what we have to do, you see, them are the last in soul, them, you know. I run up and down now, you know. So the youth, them realize, you know. Jamaica realize, you see that down there, every PNP meeting keep, everywhere in Jamaica, a massive. This is not a fear, this is a massive. To the people, you have some people where never believe my election. What them believe, they when look, them see the suffering now come.
Yes.
To them have to take a side now, you know. Saying, not for them to go on a Ganzi, you know. Remember, you know. Buying vote, you know. It's a system, you know. It's a system in them creating of them blood, you know. That's the only way them conduct it, you know. That's true. The people them who run and take a $5,000 and a $10,000, a licky, then licky. Jesus, 5,000 can't buy no food in that. You can't even put on a pot. If you have the person who take the 5,000 do have a family. And for himself, him think about, you know.
Yes.
So the real people are thinking about real life.
Yes.
Who couldn't take 5,000? $5,000 can't buy a fuck all down there.
Yes.
You understand? It's just a using stage and them just licky. You understand? What we have to do is fight for our children, the people that will love God and love themselves. So most of them don't love God, you know. Saying, I want themselves, them just a material world. Anything they can grab on pan and get, then grab on pan it. Saying, so, you know, long live to my Golden. To me, him not be one of the greatest. Me tell some man, me tell them pan, me TikTok show, what for them bash me never answer them too.
Yes.
Freedom of speech, you're free for saying anything.
Man, try your channel. If you run them, I do like what we do, because them nothing.
Yeah, me. To them, wait, them dunce, you know. No matter how you run them, you know. Them dunce, you know.
You know that, man.
Them lack of knowledge, you know, that.
Yes.
You saying?
Yes.
Look what brilliant people around here, Wayne. A teacher, we have a teacher, we have to care them in the classroom, you know. What about I? You know, some people you send to go to school, them push them book in them back pocket and go buy bulla, them not want education. Or if you ring a bell, and then disturb your brains, man.
And you know that's cool. You see them, that's why I know them done so too. Remember say something.
Don't be.
So yeah, over the class to come out, come get trouble. And that them do, you know.
Yeah.
And I ring them, ringing themselves, you know, mistake. When them ring them out, they give back a trouble. So them over. This ring bell thing for stop to in Jamaica, you know.
Yeah, that's yeah, hear me. I'm fooling it. I just disturbance.
All right, let me go to our next thing I know, because let me tell you this, Michelle Charles. Let me tell you the Eagle Service there, right round your far. Everything we are doing at St. Thomas. We are watching you. James, we are watching too.
Lonesome, hold on. Lonesome, Father Lonesome, she need to renounce her dual U.S. citizenship, you know. She not supposed to be in the parliament, you know.
All right. So we could knock something else, because we'll come back to that, you know. And remember, we are countdown to the debate. We have that line up already, but we are countdown, not start yet. Right? But we could knock something else now, Byron. We could knock something now upon it. So, after we talk to Pumpals, him come and say about mine. Somebody else never fool, you know. Come on, say about mine. We said the bus not going to work. It can't work, the battle long. when you go down kind of long, so when it go up some hill, so it go stop. We tell him everything. He said he got to bad mind tour yesterday. Not day before yesterday. And then come back now and tell me now. After I'm saying beat the bus them and win over Canada, you know, by that. He win over Canada, Panama, Guatemala, and all these places. Now the man has said, well, it's not suitable. He come back to where I say, some of them are suitable, so I must change the order. Brother, how you change the order? Now I play what I'm saying. And by the way, I see me do some voodoo and some other business. People when you look for Deuteronomy 18, verse 10 to 12, you know, I forgot to read it out. You can look it up on your screen here. Yeah, Pastor Ricky there. Only look it up for me now. Deuteronomy 18, verse 10 to 12. But I have to read that for boom bars because, you know, I'm going to play boom bars first, right here. Yeah, watch this.
Servicing of the buses, tires on the buses, and the retrofitting of the roads.
Watch this.
The last thing I want to say, just to clear up.
White rum on new school bus.
Look at people. You want me now? Come on, go in and open business.
Doors have been retrofitted from the right-hand side to the left-hand side, which means the students will board the buses from the sidewalks and not from the road. And secondly, there was also a surprise on me about the tires on the bus, and I gave the commitment that all buses will have brand new tires. So I ask you to please inspect the buses to satisfy yourself that in fact the commitment that was made by me has been fulfilled. So the other thing that I'd like to say is that on the route, on the testing of the 122 routes, where we found that some of the buses that were allocated were not suitable for the routes for different.
Somebody, you hear what I'm saying? Come on, you hear this? I mistake, it's not suitable, you know. Remember what telling you? So remember play it back, just to see it.
It's surprising you answer something like that now.
Where we found that some of the buses that were allocated were not suitable for the routes for different reasons. We have actually changed some of the allocations and changed some of the orders for the buses to be able to specify the needs of the routes.
No, people have to put them straight. You hear when they say, Byron, can you come in right now? Go down and hear this. Some change some of the other, brother. You tell me, say, you're outbid, forget the bus them. You tell me, say, you spend 1.4 billion, you buy them already in a whole bus. Or you change the order if you buy the bus them already, brother. You understand what I'm saying, Byron?
Yeah, we get it. We get it.
He's a criminal. He can't change the order when you buy the whole bus them already, them that they already. Or you could change something when you buy already, brother. You know, since the man a straight criminal.
Exactly.
Eh?
Yeah, man, no.
Some of them now go work. You're saying on this fire.
All right. So basically, here is where Darrell Vaz reach into a conundrum. Now, number one, why Darrell Vaz is talking about changing orders? Because guess what?
Yeah.
September promise
Yeah,
is not going to be fulfilled. People, get what is happening. The September promise as it relates to bus after bus after bus after bus, right? That he had spoken about, him and his wife, right? And many social programs, right? Bus after bus after bus is not going to establish. It's not going to happen. So I can tell Darrell Vaz because I know that coming September, all what he's talking about, that is not going to roll out. You understand? That is going to crush. So what Darrell Vaz is now doing now, you understand? Because he claims him I use him burning about Darrell Vaz is not a smart person. It's not a smart person. Full of arrogance. Arrogance take him all over. So he's now shifting to, right, changing orders. Because he's going to talk about extension of time and blah, blah, blah. But let me say this to Darrell Vaz. And here the procurement process. This is what I'm dealing now as it relates to the procurement process, where Darrell Vaz is going to find himself straight into prison and the changing of a political administration. This is what is going to happen. We know for sure, as it relates to the procurement rules and guidelines, as it relates to certain amount of money being awarded, as it relates to the ministry, right, permanent secretary that has to approve that. So let me tell you people what is going on. As it relates to the level from $1 million to $3 million, that can alleviate, you can circumvent cabinet, right, secretary not to sign off on that. Anything above that, right, that has to seek cabinet secretary. Where am I going? Now, as it relates to our strong argument in saying that the cabinet did not approve this, this is where Darrell Vaz finds himself in trouble. So then if the cabinet, put it this way, if the cabinet did not approve it, the question, how did Darrell Vaz get the money? This is not under $1 to $3 million. This is $1.4 billion as it relates to the procurement rules must approve by the cabinet secretary, the finance minister, right, and the individual or the respective ministry permanent secretary. So 3 signatures have to attach to that. Now, you are telling me that the cabinet did not approve that? Then the question, Darrell Vaz have to explain how he gets the money. $1.4 billion. That is not $1.3 million, you know, that is under where the cabinet secretary has to approve it. This is over $1.3 million. So Darrell Vaz have to come and tell me the magic in terms of how he get the money. And by the way, people, as we established already, this is one of the reasons why the chief engineer, technical director, run gone. This is the reason why he run gone. And now, you understand, Darrell Vaz, right, is sending out application for new person. Now, this is very, very, very serious. And Darrell Vaz cannot get away from that. Apart from that, in terms of the $1.4 billion that he had gotten, we don't know how he get it, right? That needs to be explained. But the fact of the matter that you have Colonel Charles Jr. coming out to defend Darrell Vaz in saying that the money that Darrell Vaz used, right, simply means he got it from JUTC based on JUTC interest. No.
Lie.
That's a lie.
A lie.
That's an outright lie.
Yes.
Because what? JUTC, as we know it, has been losing over $11 billion.
Yes.
So then
some of them come in by around 100
exactly.
billion.
Exactly.
Yes.
Right. I'm glad how you put the part there, because really and truly, as the Jamaica Labour Party administration, every year, right, JUTC has been losing billions of dollars. So this is the reason why Darrell Vaz is trying to deal with necromancy. And necromancy can't save him. Because at the end of the day, I don't know which dope him going to call up on, because he was going on. It makes sense if he use the rum to summons Edward Seaga. Because Edward Seaga can't do it. Because I the rum, I don't know, I'm try to summons Edward Seaga for Edward Seaga, tell him the magic what to do. It's not going to work. A straight prison. What I say, Darrell Vaz, listen to a Mystic Sensation, I say. Darrell Vaz, may I talk to you? Straight prison. You understand? And I eat back.
Yes, melting pot. Can a guy again, you know, because himself spend the money already, by the way. Melting pot, himself spend it, him buy them, and them are come in. No, him a talk about, or if you have something other, after you beat Canada, brother, we were build, but brother, in between, in between our bid, In beat Panama and beat Guadeloupe and some other country, that means him buy them already.
Bien, I'm for beat with a bid when we make the bus.
The one that me I tell you,
Make those buses. I'm for beat with a bid.
the man dangerous better. Some beat we in a bid when we are trying to get rid of the same bus them. We have 51,000 of them, by the way. And we get rid of 30% of it ready in our electric change over.
Exactly.
Connect 70% of change over in a couple more years. So we'll get rid of them then. So much of foolishness. Yes, melting pot. And this how him lie. We catch him and him come repeat what we have said. Yes, Pat.
Well, we all know that the Jamaica Labour Party, they don't practice nothing named code of conduct and ethic and moral principle, you know. So we have to draw a line where that is concerned. You understand? These people practice corruption daily as a part of them, you know, routine activity. And so them find themselves in a predicament at all time, yeah, as it relates to dealing with the country's affairs. Because them normalize criminalization around there, you know. The whole of them are criminal. Yeah. But we could look on the life of the school bus. Yeah, because we are going to break down the sequence, yeah, as it relates to how Darrell Vaz attack, Mr. Pum Vaz. When we look at the life of the school bus, you know, based on the manufacture publication, it spanned between 12 to 15 years, even with regular routine service, are 150,000 miles to 250,000 miles. Okay? So, under no circumstance, when Darrell Vaz go mention 500,000 miles, so the bus them have the mileage there within them. Darrell Vaz is a pugnacious liar. You understand? And Darrell Vaz understand, say, when Thursday night come, whatever I'm going with in the week, when Thursday night come, a beating time round at the Titans. You understand? So Vaz, you never know, say, Thursday that come now, the same week when you make them gossip ya with Dean Jackson Miller. Because me call that gossip, you know. Me no call that no former interview being conducted by a journalist who's supposed to have IQ when it comes to journalism work. So we know Dean Jackson Miller now no IQ because she can ask the question as it relates to where she know in the grapevine where we discuss. The whole of them are just people who are sponsored by the sponsors. You understand? So we know the bus them not new, them far from even being new. The bus them are some dead bus, the one them a sprinkle rum. Because we know when you go to graveside, we look for your whole ancestor dead, them you sprinkle rum. So them they are dead bus. All right, let me move on to the next bulletin point. Vaz also make mention of 122 routes that the school bus will operate. But when we look past and we bring in 110 bus, short of 12 Vaz, well, you can't do the maths. Should have consulted me in a Port Antonio, man. You could have do it for you better. There's no way you can bring 110 bus for service 122 routes. Because one bus, yeah, you allocate it to a route. So you're short of 12 Vaz. Check the me over Port Antonio, man. All right. When we go down in the nitty-gritty now, you always part does that not up himself again. And him doing the same man not up himself, you know. Vaz, when you come up against big established country, you cannot bring them name into disrepute. Make I tell you that for a fact. Don't you dare bring big country first, world country name into disrepute. Vaz said that him outbid Canada, Panama, and Guadeloupe for these buses. But Vaz, what you not understand, you don't have to do no bidding because I like them have 110 bus. I go and you bid for the 110 over them. The man them have thousands of bus in a open space land. One give away. So there should be no bidding process for no bus. Because I like the man them just have a number, you know. I want to get rid of it and the man with the best bid can take all of them, you know. Them have so much more bus. available to give away. So don't bring no bidding process into this. And I tell you, you bring Canada name into disrepute. Beware the rivers. Something might be coming from North America to you, and you won't like it. Panama have a bigger and a stronger economy than Jamaica. You can't outbid not even Panama. Yeah? Because most of our people if I go to Panama go shop and bring back things come and Jamaica come sell as informal iglas. Yeah? Guadeloupe in a stronger, economic space than Jamaica. Because remember say Jamaica economy collapse, collapse, drop on it, it face. It can't look up. If it drop on it back, it could have look up. But upon it face it there. It wounded by the kleptocratic government regime led by Chief Alibaba Anjo Craven Holness. So we have problem when you come and make them statement there. And we have to show you say, you not have no standing to talk to nobody that will Pumbas. You that guy shouldn't enter a political arena based from going back to 1980s. You that man raised daylight same time out of Jamaica. People need to know are you why we have to curtail daylight same time because they like the dark at night. Like to show yourself in the broad daylight, You're pro at night. So even when time you come off of your journey, daylight catch you sometime on the road and you lose your head space. So we shouldn't have in our politics arena if you are doing a problem at this stage of the game. But because you've been plagued by Diane Smith ghosts, you can't operate in the way you're supposed to operate. You're haunted. And Jamaica people need to know that. But what me like what you're doing now, you sprinkle rum on the bus. So it shows that the bus them haunted too. So people in a Portland and anywhere I put them down, put on the kids on it. Please and thanks. We have never seen new buses being toast with real rum yet. Never in the history of Jamaica you see a man buy a vehicle brand new as gone to buy them to the bus them brand new. But then real never sprinkle all over it. That's a sign of phobia manic. You understand?
Demon thing,
no,
man.
Them are phobia manics, them man. Them are phobia manics, man. Yeah?
Demon
them,
man.
That's how them practice. Because remember the whole of them get the blueprint from Siaga, And you see right now, Babsy Grange, yeah? Say she are the mother woman to the party, She are the mother woman and she set the table and light the candle, them. Yeah? And two kind of fruits up on the table. And then get some little pirate guy was them a man, wrap them head and put pencil in them little wrap tie. Yeah, and go round with some red sitting tie around them waist. You have a gunman pastor down in a mandible. We need to have gunman pastor in front of the class because I'm a criminal. Yeah, man will rob. Yeah, I'm charged for illegal possession of firearm. At them there, the Jamaica Labour Party hierarchies them associate themselves with. Them garbage like gunman pastor. We look at the whole of the man who jump poker and all them things. It's a poker party. Because remember Kevin Smith bought the Prime Minister, It's on record. The Prime Minister barefoot with him pants foot roll up and take bath from him head down to him toe. So so them guys are not supposed to have a country in a them honor administrate no more. Because an evil are going to take Jamaica, That's why the guy come and call himself Brogad, And that's why I say Jamaica end up in the destruction where it find itself, So I beg the people once again, I go remind voting day September the 3rd, nobody with no bell on the head, man. Yeah, them things that we give I'll sign us later on now in the days. Put the X beside the head once again, and I yield back the floor.
Yes, Pastor Ricky, Mr. Aronka. So come to Guyam. Rescue. So Pastor Ricky, may I beg you to do something for me?
Yeah.
Macho. Yeah, no, Deuteronomy 18. Verse 7. Please.
Well,
yes.
Start from verse 9
Yes,
It says that,
yes.
yeah, it says, when you are come into the land which the Lord thy God is talking to the children of Israel when they're in the wilderness before they went into the promised land. Him said, learn, um, thou shalt not learn to do after the abomination of those nations. And then verse 10 says, there shall be found in you not one of you that maketh his son or daughter pass through the fire, talking about children sacrifice.
Yes.
Because in those days, the Moabites were famous to do sacrifice unto idols by burning children in fire. So
Yes.
God I tell him, said, don't him not partake of those things. And him not,
yes.
and him not want them can't go over there and adopt those pagan
yes.
practices. And then him said, don't make your son or your daughter pass through no fire, and or that use it divination, or that observer of the time. So I said, don't get involved in the astrologers who reads the constellation like Orion, Pisces, Cancer and Jupiter and them thing there. And then I said, don't even get close to any enchanters or witch. Right. Them voodoo people. And then verse 11. Right. And then verse 11 says, or any charmer. Those are the palm reader and the psychic. God, I want them to. Yeah. Or any consulter with familiar spirit. Those are like Obia man and witch doctor and them thing. God, I want them, so them not for them thing there. And our wizard, our wizard. And then verse 12 says, for all that do these things are an abomination unto the Lord. And because these things are an abomination unto the Lord, thy God, God are going to drive them out from before you. That means God are going to wipe them off of the face of the earth.
Yeah, because when you do that and you go for your familiar spirit and do all kind of things, it tell about all them kind of things, them necromancy and everything, and black widow too.
Yeah, black magic and Torah card and crystal ball, all of them things there. Abomination unto the Lord.
So me I said, because you're going to Pastor, but when Vaz come with him Roman, then start and pray and go on with him nicotine over some bus. But hey, you see when you come with the other Vaz, we have burn you out, you and your obia. It not work.
Right.
Get the title name off on the parchment paper, because it's not working. Get the parchment paper.
Yeah. But here what now? Vaz and the criminal outgoing prime minister, the two of them on their way to prison. Their backs are against the wall, because the truth of the matter, because the way them treat the teachers them, it's a strong possibility that school don't open next week, Monday, the 8th of January, the week after next Monday, the 8th of September, because Parliament is dissolved, and as a matter of fact, them have a cabinet that is working, but they're not allowed, according to the Constitution, once the Parliament is dissolved, they're not supposed to do any previous motions, bills, or legislations. So them not have the power to give an increase right now. Them just have play a psychological mind game with the teachers them. And so it's right there in the Constitution. Them can't do it. Them can't have no negotiation, because the government has been dissolved as of when the prime minister called the election in a halfway tree, and then a couple days later, the governor general signed a proclamation to dissolve Parliament. And so September 8th coming, the teachers might not even go to the classroom, because they're very adamant that them tired of the mistreatment, and them deserve them wage increase and the money where them get them promise them with them owe. And so their calculation, they miscalculate, because them they don't want to roll out the buses prior to the election, but them fall in our trap. So the bus them now gonna get for roll out till after the election, and so them can use that now for influence the mindset of the people, like what them did plan for do, and make the people them frightened that this is something good, But we rubbish all of them things and show the people them say these buses are all decommissioned bus that the United States government has put into decommission. And Vaz is wrong because you cannot buy bus or get bus from an auction. That sale is final. You cannot go back to an auction dealership after you buy the bid on the bus at the auction and get it for whatever bidding price, and then go back to the auction and say you want to redo the order. Foolishness. That them things.
Yeah, it's
Hey.
a mind. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. It's a mind game up here. You hear the old mind game.
Yeah.
And the $100 bus in to buy. You get $1.4 million. Look what money.
Billion.
$1 billion. Watch it. Get the mind game. It a come on to election, you know. No.
Right.
Them boy are trying to use diplomacy upon people like you take people for done. But people like the eye them when they in the diaspora. Man like well known some, but a big man named Sarah yo too. Yeah. Listen to a very intelligent person, very viewing from a distance. Him sitting from a distance.
Yes.
Him detecting from a distance. Well, so hear him do now. Him know him a lose that Portland, you know. Me not have to ask that, you know.
Yeah.
Me know him a lose down there. So what him
Right.
do now, him have to take some money, you know. See, him have to teach some money and hide it, you know. And use the bus thing as a fraud now, you know. See, so remember, you know, the teacher them, now go back and work till them solve that, you know.
Yes.
Exactly. Exactly.
So what you say a while ago, you're right. See, right? So it's a mind game them a play upon the poor people them in Jamaica and the working class people them, you know.
Right.
So only as people sit down at the diaspora and see them and play games, you know. But one thing I tell you, see our leader, God sent him.
Definitely.
Him know me one of the most powerful leader Jamaica ever gonna see. But I grow with him, you know, and know him, you know, and see him function, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, me stand up and watch him around youth and youth. He don't have a white collar, but a black heart. Loving, steering.
You know, man.
Amen. Amen.
You see vibes to you see boom vibes to you.
Clean. Saying, watch it tonight. You see this? This debate thing tonight.
Yes.
We lick out two of them. The Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, you know, that living within we, you know. You see this one here? I kill labor right tonight. And tonight I bury and the only the right and proper way, you know.
But you know,
Not
hold on. Mark Golden make him run out of the parliament, you know, in the budget debate. Because he was afraid. He was afraid. Mark Golden was going to expose him in the parliament.
What you know?
So right now, he must shiver in him pants.
Hey, my video last night, you know. Them have heart attack on the stage, you know, on the platform, you know. And a Mark will go by him and a fan him, you know. Don't be seriously. A fan with something, you know. To the liquid, him out get the shock tonight. A shock of him life.
Well, him can't run tonight, you know. Him have to stand up and take it.
Yeah, the two debate them.
Yeah.
So it's a intelligence, though.
Yes.
It's a PMP of that.
Substantive, yeah.
Yeah, powerful. They're not attacking, you know, calm and easy, you know. Just words and power, you know. And facts, you know. That's all, you know.
That's what I can hear, yes.
I just kill them. I don't be a fox, I eat them. They couldn't even speak. Our finance minister, great. Tonight, just a great thought. So, the teacher come on the board, you know. The teacher's coming on the board tonight, you know. Yeah.
What you mean by Marco need to renounce is also. Let me tell you something. So you come on here, so me know why you come on here with the done said. Run and say not a place where you put your weight. Them not tell you, you're supposed to want to be running.
It was a great classroom in Comina.
Hey, I don't want this shit.
We are critical thinkers. We think deep.
Yeah?
Very deep.
All right. Go back on Angel Holness. Go back to your thieving camp. All right. Continue the brother.
Yeah, man. Go whip them, man. With brain, knowledge, and understanding. Not understanding. to over everything where them are do.
Yes.
People like the island in the diaspora who are work, all of the panel were there, enough love and respect. And let the Almighty God just give us the wisdom, the knowledge, and the understanding, visiting from a distance where we can teach our generation who are come. Our saints.
Yeah.
I'm carrying the lady among us. Ping.
All right. Thank you, Wayne Lonesome, for this opportunity to be here. But as you know, I keep saying it on almost every platform I get on, and I get to voice this opinion of mine. Just like how you would not trust the cool kid in your community with $5,000 to go to a shop to buy anything for you and come back with a receipt with the goods and your change, why are we trusting Darrell with access to our taxpayers' money? Now, when you look at the September 3rd date that they keep choosing, three elections in a row, they keep choosing this date because it's back to school time. And they know and they want their supporters who are dependent on them to take money for their votes. In an interview with Darrell Vaz recently, when he claimed that inspection was done on these buses before he bought them, right? When he claimed that he got inspection done on these buses before he paid for them, he said he sent up a group of people to inspect these buses.
Yes.
Now, my question I'm asking again is this. Darrell Vaz's visa was revoked in 2019 when he was Minister of Energy, right? In 2021, 2 years after, his visa was renewed. 1 year visa was given to him, a B1/B2 visa. The question I have to ask, the 1 year visa is up from 2022. Was this visa ever renewed? If the visa was not renewed, that means in 2025 he doesn't have a visa to travel to America to inspect anything on his own to buy. Therefore, he did not see these buses before he paid for them. And how can you be a minister of transport and can't transport yourself through any airport in Jamaica with a valid visa? These are the questions we also need to ask Darrell Vaz. Show us your visa. Now, the other thing I would like to mention in this on this subject matter is that who inspected these buses? When was the, when were these buses inspected? Where were they inspected? How were they inspected? And this warm sprinkling thing, it might sound a way like obvious, but look on it like this also. The buses are old, they're almost 15 years old, they're at the end of their lives. This might as well him have a dead yard for them. And as far as I'm concerned, he was keeping a dead yard for these buses. You understand what I'm saying to you? Because these buses are what? 15-year-old max, and what we got? 10-year-old, 11-year-old, 12-year-old buses. So the buses are almost dying. They're in their, on their way to die. And we see how much crosses cover these buses to reach here. How much hill and gully they try to test them on in Jamaica. And you see what happened. They can't make corners. They have to travel in the middle of the road. The wheels are bursting. And all the problems these buses are giving is caused because Darrell Vaz has just been a problem child from day one. And I always say this out again. The only duppy that's following Darrell Vaz is Diane Smith's ghost. And Darrell Vaz will always be a problem child. We keep hearing about people who grew up with him. He's always been a problem child. And until this day, the man is giving problem in Jamaica. So until Mark Golding get into power, we can just discipline this man once and for all because he is rude, has no manners, threatening people on any platform he can get. And when you think about it, I would like my Jamaicans and my civil servants who are going out to vote tomorrow, the soldiers and the police going out to vote tomorrow along with the EOJ. Remember right now, from Parliament dissolved until September, until we swear in the next Prime Minister, technically and legally, Jamaica has no Prime Minister. It's the GG running the country right now. So they have no say. They cannot make any promises to us right now. I want my Jamaicans who are civil servants going out to vote on the 3rd of September. Remember this. There is no Prime Minister now in Jamaica running this country. They cannot give you anything. They cannot promise you anything. Vote with your conscience and vote with your head. And you'll win.
Yes, man. All right, we're up. So we're up. Knock it for Andrew Holness right now. Because that will put balls come out of the obia. And by the way, you have some people that talk to me more and more about Andrew and your behavior. I'm going to start to you again. Last year, you do the same thing. 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, you get up. This is your Prime Minister. People are tired of you, brother. All the man say, teeth drop out. You know, you get up, think a man, and you know, cockacrow and a rooster. Right? People get up, picnic, get up and drag up back when you look at 2 o'clock in the morning and joke them at night. Nice abatement act still in when I move it yet. The police, them run should have charged you, and them should have get charged to be a summer man. See? Them should have get charged to be a perception it. Right? But this time now, the people them don't do so. But contact me. And make me know so when you come down, when you go in a St. Mary, you slip over to the monkey man. There's another one in the monkey man business. And the monkey man I deal with him too. That's the one when you know the one when I'm done. And you know the other one melting pot and mystic. The one over there the classy one.
Yeah. Yes, him same one.
Them to the monkey man capture them soul minus the S. Them to the monkey man I deal with them soul minus S. Brother, when you know that obvious thing, the man them drive for peer. Look here. I know the first time do this, you know. The other day when I have a name on parchment paper, see cougar here, you know. It's a cougar. Before I go play the man, I'm sure no cougar do. I see she like table. But she knows it was still stand up herself not doing nothing. Right? She like table too, no by that. Yeah, mama, what cougar where there? But I'm sure the people them you are like table. See that? And not my saying, look here. Them people appear them thing and them practice. We don't know what this do. Food where people want to eat and little drinks. Some drinks and some sitting this. No fruit them here. We can't eat no orange and banana this. What this I do to we? Cougar. I this I do to nobody. Look there. And watch them in them green. Them people love them in a green like this, like Polestar. And if you stop it, man. You need to stop it. Obia and beer sitting now. When you can't manage the PMP, you now run out with Obia. Stop it. And a monkey man thing, the people them tell me for one, because the people them say sleep over the monkey man last night. And it bad and them say, Lord, so me have to talk to him for us. The man I come wake up. When me talk to him, yes, you know, stop that foolishness, yeah. Stop it. And that thing that when I run down now, the witchcraft thing, it wasn't our work. It wasn't not working.
Wayne,
yeah.
Let me just ask you one question. And let me just ask the panel a question like this. We know some monkey is an animal we love banana. But may I ask if the monkey feed them with banana?
Well, is that a good question? But not what the monkey man deal with them soul. You know, minus this.
But one if him feed them with the banana, then them feed the monkey man with banana.
Pastor Ricky, them say
yes, sir.
Them say when them go for the monkey man, you know, them say a couple times well, again I go for the monkey man and they deal with them soul, you know. But the man yes. You understand the deal with them soul.
The truth is
there, the monkey man deal with them soul.
The truth is, Father Lonesome, on September the 3rd,
yes,
we're gonna witness the power of God overthrowing the devil and the demonic, satanic, diabolical spirit operating in these people. because greater is He, the Lord, that is in you and I, and everyone who believe in Him, than he that is in the world. No demonic force have any power over God, the creator of heaven and earth. So any God them turn to, you're going to witness a defeat on them and them God. And we're about to witness. In the book of Exodus, we see the ancient biblical day of Pharaoh, when God broke his back with 10 plagues. And then God hardened him hard, make him say, but now make the children of Israel go. Because God wanted to overthrow him in front of his own nation and the children of Israel that him oppress. You see, when you oppress the poor, you're in a trouble with God. It's right there in the book of Exodus. And so Pharaoh let the people them go after him, the 10 plague, him firstborn died, and him start pursue them. And when God set him up, and feel like him not gonna get them back and him not gonna have the victory. Sometimes the enemy look like a them are winning, but just like in a movie, the bad guy always a win till we get to the end of the movie. Then the good guys win. Good always prevail over evil. So you see, on September 3rd, we're gonna witness this modern day Pharaoh get overthrown by the Almighty God. And God are going to use a modern day Moses, comrade leader Mark Golden, to say, let my people go. And him have to let them go. September the 3rd at the end of the Jamaica corrupt criminal Labour Party in Jamaica. Good over evil. Good over evil. Remember that.
Let me play this.
Andrew getting money a couple of weeks before it failed. When Olin failed, somehow Andrew getting money a couple of weeks before it failed. When SSL failed, somehow me want to know who's this brother Obia man, because this brother has clairvoyant, this brother can see the future. Yeah, you understand? Yeah. So when everybody else lose, somehow him win with him power. See? So who really gain off the backs of the people? See? Now remember this brother will grow by 36% a year now. So the brother skill. If this brother is so skilled, how him not carry the skill like how we as a country grow 1%? So how him can grow we like how him grow himself? You understand where I come from? From nothing. From student loan, I put out him picture in a newspaper. Seeing from two space taxi. Because me never take a taxi yet. Yeah. No, me ask whoever. It's like how you can say take on time. Who film taxi did here?
Everybody, but let me start this. Hector Ronald. Me not telling you come over here and put up them kind of little thing, Hector, that's cool, man. No put up nothing green and a color you put up in the score, go away. All right, yes. No, you have to deal with them that way. They can't them go like them. See me, I say,
unclean spirit them have, man.
Yes.
No unclean spirit around your son.
All right, let me ask you something. Everybody know on time, because we know on time. We used to deal with on time. Who know dildo taxi? And the dildo. Uncle people use dildo from then till now. A big mama Queenie, Patrick Bailey, them and Terry Langton them. Yeah? And them use dildo. Listen, we don't know nobody else. Melting pot. You ever hear a taxi name? Dildo. Dildo taxi.
No, that service they never serve Jamaica.
Bula.
Not at all.
Bula.
Yeah.
You ever hear a taxi name? Dildo taxi. Dildo taxi.
Yeah.
Delino.
Blow God.
So
yeah.
I'm mistake. You ever hear anything named dildo taxi? Dildo, you know.
Yeah, dildo that, man.
Uncle, you who used to use the service of dildo when me get to understand. Address Davis, Big Mama, Fish Headless, yeah, and Patrick Bailey. Terry Langton. What the one done so name? What the one done with the man busting head?
Ben Davis. Ben Davis.
Ben Davis.
I'm Ben Davis.
Oh, the mayor. Yeah, the mayor. Yeah.
And then a corrupted boy, you know.
Yeah, this now. Vel Davis. Vel Davis. And the other one named Gager. And them use dildo.
And Shirai too.
Shirai good. And them use dildo service. But one never know one is all that service. Because nobody never take the taxi there before in Jamaica. It never exists. Unless that's PS taxi. Yeah. Hear this.
You get me?
And what are the route?
And what the route? And did it have all the rules when I put in against taxi now? Because if me reach have a taxi, you know, me bias to taxi, you know. Me I try make taxi run. The man carrying in drive, in carrying Uber, pan the same taxi them if them they come in pan him that reach up. You get to me I come from him say them if you have a car seat permanent or when not pick the night car. You get to me I come from. So when you
we want to understand this. We want to play this and never deal with this. Oh, two taxi make you rich. Turn billionaire. When no boss man, some man have 10 taxi and them just wither down and sell. Some man have 10 taxi right now, them can't pay them bill. But him have two taxi without driver, without and him make 10 million a week, a month, a year, you know. Him and Pablo Escobar, Pablo make by the week to 5 mil. Him make 10 mil per year in a Jamaica. So it's a Jamaican Pablo Escobar. Yeah? You ever say anything like that, Byron?
No. But Wayne, let us travel down the route of history.
Yes.
And look back into our politics as it relates to Bruce Golden era.
Yeah.
So Bruce Golden era, as according to the corruption index, has seen Jamaica plummeted, right, to the lowest on the corruption index to 30, right? And as such, we have seen, you know, the falling out with Bruce Golden and the IMF, and see where Jamaica economy heading to what we call the economic abyss. However, with the blessing of Almighty God that delivered Portia to the political system. Portia came in 2012. His tenure end, right, I think roughly about February 2016. And during that space of time, Portia Simpson, right, with Peter Phillips, right, crawl on their knees to beg Maxine Walters a talk back with the IMF. Because falling out with the IMF simply means that none of the loan entities will lend Jamaica any loan, right? The World Bank will not, and so forth, Jamaica in that sort of situation. However, Portia Simpson, right, with the help of Maxine Waters, right, have this talk, and of course, the IMF at the time set one of the hardest obstacles for Portia Simpson. And so then we have seen where Portia Simpson had written what we call the fiscal space, the fiscal discipline, which now, right, as it relates to what growing the macroeconomics, right, look very good on paper because, of course, they align with the rules and regulation as it relates to, right, the IMF policies. Now, we have seen where Portia Simpson had brought back the economy to a red carpet status. Very easy and nice for Andrew Holness to walk on, right? But what happened? You have seen, and let me, the reason why I back up as it relates to that history is to tell you something as it relates to the irreparable damage as it relates to FinSac, right? And where Andrew Holness had now executed the same behavior, right, with FinSac as he ventured into power. Now, prior to Andrew Holness venture into power, I want people to listen to me keenly now. In 2005, Andrew Holness was a part of Cash Plus. Where am I going? I have seen where people giving Andrew Holness congratulations that, okay, Andrew Holness, right, shepherded the 2017 Integrity Commission Act into law. Now, while that is true, what people don't understand because they forgot history, right? They did not understand that if you go back right now and you Google, you will see that the electoral map, why Andrew Holness have no choice than to put the Integrity Commission bill into law was to the fact that JLP won 32 seats
PNP
and PNP won 31 seats. Simple means Jamaica, Andrew Holness did not have 2/3 majority in the lower house, and he did not have 2/3 majority in the upper house. What that does, what it means, it simply means now that the PNP, right, can oppose, the PNP can block and stop, right, anything that requires a 2/3 majority. And so then the bargaining on the table as it relates to what Mark Golden had set up the Integrity Commission, right, bill, you understand? There was a bargain, and where Andrew Holness have no choice than to sign it into law. Let us rest.
Byron,
All right.
Byron, folks always tell them to, you know, that integrity bill, that integrity act will come in from 1973 because when them go on with the 60s.
Exactly.
And set up.
Exactly.
You know, go and look on it. So that's why I think grabbing when Andrew just came in, Byron, you notice them start from 1998 with him, the Integrity Commission.
Yeah.
ICR check him out because them did have it.
Yeah.
It was abroad, but it was there. Continue, Byron.
Yes.
So that's a reminder.
All right.
People bring it in. And Andrew does bring in that. That's why the old one, them still have fair answer to the thing when come in with space tax and the foolishness.
All right. Okay.
Yes.
Why am I bringing up that?
Yes.
I am bringing up that to say that Andrew Holness had already involved in a wrongdoing before he passed the Integrity Commission.
Long time you mean that.
Yes. You understand?
And the boy Darrell Vaz.
Exactly.
Andrew Holness involved in criminality.
Long time.
Right? As it relates to 1997. Coming from there. So Andrew Holness passed the Integrity Commission Act. That is something that he did not want to do.
Yes.
But because of the electoral map 32-31, he has no choice.
Right.
Now watch this now. When Andrew Holness won and the electoral map changed, what Andrew Holness done? Andrew Holness stopped the impeachment bill because
right away. He won again.
Yes.
He won again.
Exactly. He now has majority power as it relates to 49 members. So now he can stop the impeachment bill.
Let me say something to that.
Yeah.
So him only promise people when him come in, him do it. And Mark Golden do it. Mark Golden and him stop it, him turn it down. And Mark Golden think him stop it.
Mark Golden think him stop.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Stop it
So
block it.
Exactly. So he couldn't stop it, right, as it relates to 2016 because he did not have the power to stop it. But now him have the power, him stop the impeachment bill is to show you that Andrew Holness is a criminal because he wants to protect. And not only that he stopped the impeachment bill, what he also had done, right, is to insert section 53 subsection 3 and the Integrity Commission, muzzling them that they cannot speak on investigation unless it is tabled into Parliament. I am only showing, you understand, the legacy of Andrew Holness corruption. Now let us back.
That's why I'm saying, man. That's why I'm saying the wife to be the House Speaker.
Yes.
To make control certain things too. You
exactly, my brother.
You tell them boy that, me tell you, man.
All right. So,
you see?
So let us back up back now. In 2005, right, as a result of Andrew Holness' experience and what he had learned from Edward Seaga with Dan Crawford, giving Edward Seaga $31 million US. Now Andrew Holness, as Seaga protege, had learned, remember, during when Dan Crawford had gotten that loan, right? Andrew Holness was doing financial work for Andrew Holness. So he would have known every detail about the FinSac, about all the collapse of the 1990s as it relates to Dan Crawford, Paul Cheng Young and Associates. So then now what Andrew Holness had done, this is investigation, this is not joke. Andrew Holness carry on the same behavior.
That's why him filter the money to him learning from him criminal friend.
Exactly.
And then Seaga.
Yes, Andrew Holness carry on the same behavior in 2005. Let me tell the people now, let us drill them a bit. Why 2005 is important for us to look into, you understand? Because Andrew Holness knew very well that Cash Plus was a Ponzi scheme. And he knew very well that the way how the Ponzi scheme work, the organizers, I want people to listen to me keenly now. The organizers and the planners are the ones who will get away with the money because they are at the top of the pyramid. Now, why I said that? Simply mean that Andrew Holness is not an ordinary account holder in Cash Plus. Andrew Holness is one of the organizer of Cash Plus. This is very important as it relates to the investigation. To what part Andrew Holness play in Cash Plus? Andrew Holness, listen to me, Jamaica. Listen to me, Jamaica. He cannot come out and say, and even mention out the amount, say more of his Mystic Sensation. Because he knows very well what I'm saying is 100% true. Andrew Holness is a part of the person who planned Cash Plus. He's a part of the person who helped to organize Cash Plus. And so then, Andrew Holness getting X amount of money after investors, loaded of investors, put their money in. It was time now for the organizers to create their money. And so then, Andrew Holness, along with his come along, rob those investors. All right, let me prove it. Point to prove it. You have ventured into Cash Plus 2005. And you have the knowledge that Cash Plus hurt investors. You, Andrew Holness, have the knowledge that Cash Plus hurt many investors. You, Andrew Holness, knows a lot of people weep and mourn because they have lost their money. What did your conscience have you done? How did you use your conscience? You know what you have done, Andrew Holness? You also, again, link up with organizers, right? You be the planner again, right? Also become a part of Holness. And so then, what happened now? You will know when Cash Plus is going to crash. You will know when Holness is going to crash. And so then, when you promise, right, per month, right, 10%, and per annum, you will be giving them 120%. People are going to jump with that. That is the pretext you people use, Andrew Holness use, you understand, to rob Andrew Holness, to rob our investors. Now, after Andrew Holness,
Byron, no, Pastor, so you're right, because he know as a member of parliament, and he knows the Ponzi scheme that which financial institution could have give you 120% per annum now.
Yes, none. Eh? None.
120% by your money. Come on now. Eh? And it's so happening that, Byron, that every time he just get back free money and everybody else will see them money.
He's a part.
No.
He's one of the organizers.
And he know.
He is one of the organizers.
Yeah, this Byron,
and he's one of the planners.
You know, remember, you know, this, what them not depend on stock exchange or nothing, you know. Them not raise no cash, you know, brother. Them not out depend nothing, you know. So all them that make this money to pay you back this big dividends. It's impossible. So what them do is take Byron money pay me. And when me I pay this, them take my money and pay.
It's a pyramid scheme. It's a pyramid scheme.
It's a Ponzi scheme.
Yes.
That's why Stanford 2020 go out prison.
Yes, exactly.
You understand? Brother.
So watch this. What he had done now, benefited from Cash Plus, benefited from Holness. In 2005, he joined Cash Plus. 2007, Holness. And then now, 2008, what do you think Andrew Holness had done? Join SSL and take out ADMAT. Set up ADMAT in St. Lucia.
Yes.
So from St. Lucia now, Andrew Holness is going to really more investors again, and this time plan with Mark Craskery. Evidence to show you that Andrew Holness is a planner. It is Mark Craskery who set up the account in St. Lucia for Andrew Holness. Evidence number one to show you that all along Andrew Holness was a planner, was an organizer, right? And so then you have Mark Craskery who set up the account in St. Lucia for Andrew Holness. So you have the person who responsible, call it to say the CEO, right, for the Ponzi scheme, setting up an account in St. Lucia for Andrew Holness. Now watch this now, people. Let us traverse to 2021. What happened to 2021? Again, Andrew Holness knew very well the time when SSL is going to crash. And so then, Andrew Holness again, whoo, the Christmas demigod, take out his money again out of SSL, right, and have SSL crash. Now,
and Byron, put this in my make it first. Put this the ice upon the cake.
Yeah.
When him get out the money 2021, the September 2021, same time that man take Crosby and put on government board.
Yeah, because
money. That but that's it. He put it on the
yeah.
board. And then it's over like for 3 years. I'm monitor with taxpayers' money on some board.
Yes. As I said, Andrew Holness is not an ordinary account holder in any of the Ponzi scheme.
Yes.
Andrew Holness is an organizer. Organizer. Andrew Holness deliberately plan and rob investors. Now, let me say something. Fam, just give me a minute, let me use the program because Friday evening, no fam. I got any minute.
Yeah, man. No,
I end that, man. Wicked, man.
Friday evening execution. Total
Yeah,
execution.
execution.
Anyway, watch this. So then, what we have seen, Andrew Holness, right, again, take out his money out of SSL. Now, let us back as it relates to the Integrity Commission investigators report. In 2021, when Andrew Holness was doing that, Andrew Holness' account between 2021 and 2023 maximized to $473 million. Jamaica, this is not funny. Now, this is the man who is coming out and telling you to vote for him. This is the man who will never going to let Jamaica know they are the illicit 10. And so then, when I look at this Jamaica, Andrew Holness should not even be on the ballot.
No.
If it was any other democratic country, right? Even in the Caribbean, Andrew Holness would have gone to prison.
Long time.
He's shameless and he's a despicable person. And for all those who defending Andrew Holness outrightly,
them just the same man.
Jamaican people, you are just like him.
Just like him. Just don't say labor right.
Exactly.
But I'm not saying and licky.
Melting pot. And by the way, with Andrew Holness and the one of these things, you know, it's when it go back, that's why them couldn't certify him statutory declaration because them go back in 1998. And now me ask Andrew Holness is just the genesis, the beginning of your money. Don't tell nobody. Remember two different things you talk about. Whether him so lie that him can't remember the truth come straight. Him so lie that him don't remember what him do. Him give Beresford, say a 3 car him buy. Remember now, you know, the proof that they and them wife really work for 2. And they never have the money to do that wedding day in July. But January 1990 year, that's how much months after? Like 6 months that? 6 months.
Yeah.
Him have the 2 taxi company and make 10 million plus. He might lend money to everybody to, you know, Byron. He have money.
Exactly.
And remember, you know, he might lend cash. So me ask you, where the genesis of your money come from? 20 million in loan company. Who could have lend them money there, Byron? Who could have lend them money the melting pot? Can couldn't be get up people who couldn't give back and they make 20 million.
It have to be the same type of people who encamp it around him. You understand? Who know everything we are going with him.
Yeah.
That if anything goes so. You understand? we have to put it out in both ways, you know. Cause this guy is a pugnacious liar. You understand? We want the people them know say Andrew Holness is a bandulist guy. Very bandulu. Where Andrew Holness is concerned, you know. Andrew Holness coming like one of them wizards, you know, when it comes to bandulism. Hear this, people. Andrew Holness, we all know involved in every Ponzi scheme rise up in Jamaica. Andrew never losing and none of them.
I'm start scamming, man. I'm start scamming, you know.
Exactly.
I'm start scamming, you know. Scamming never exists. Scamming never exists in Jamaica, and you then turn to scamming, you know. You know, see it. Him create scamming, you know.
There you
and
go.
Look at that, him learning from Siago and them boy there, you know. And you have some young boy where they're running with a minister like Bernard Sal June and the whole of them. And the whole of them, him learning the trade, you know. So them are the gaga there, you know. To them, every one of them are touching money now, you know. The whole of them, you know. He can't talk to Barnes, you know.
No.
So father crackhead, you know. And a dangerous
No
boy,
man,
you know.
no man. Daryl Vaz teach Andrew some things.
Him think, me know that.
Daryl
Donald
Vaz
Bass, the Prime
teach
Minister,
Andrew some things. Yeah
Duncan
man,
can't chat to him. Can't chat to Donald Vaz. Me know that.
exactly.
He's an arrogant boy. He come in a place named Sandy Park, you know. So the same father used to run, you know. Barbican grandson go up, you know. And bring in police there. Yeah. He them are the first man that carry cocaine in a Barbican. Crackhead.
Finish, man, never come to you right. That's a bulla. Yes.
Yeah. As it relates to Andrew Holness and why we know him as a bandulist. Yeah. As we say, him involved in all of the Ponzi scheme them, but him never come out on the losing side. Him always gain. And him gain enormously too. But one of the things where Mr. Andrew do, you know, will hurt me to the core, you know. Yeah. Is after the people them lose them investment, you know, in the Ponzi scheme, you know. Yeah. And them know them create the thing because them know what the repercussion will be when something like that happen. In order to stabilize the financial sector, you have to increase the interest rate to a proportion to slow down the borrowing. Slow down the borrowing because at the time, foreign exchange, yeah.
I'm sure so the Prime Minister ready for and him wife, him ready for debate. So I'm gonna show him backstage. So
Ready.
Ready for debate.
All right. Yeah.
So soon can like
when you're ready, you give me the signal. Yeah, let me just wrap up, please. Yeah.
Wrap up.
And what Andrew do, you know, yeah, after I know the people have got through, some of them all commit suicide, you know. Yeah, you know, so well then the banking sector I'd have to go revise, you know, interest rate and all these things. To slow down the borrowing. Yeah. But people now become delinquent in the mortgage repayment. And so them property up, you know, for confiscation as it relates to them delinquent. And you go buy property, you know, with the same people and money, you know. Great House Boulevard and buy that for 7 million. Right now it a touch about 85 mil. Anne Marie Vard, she invests too. And in a 2-year time, she sell PR when I make 4 million for her money. So you know them a bandulist. And Jamaica people must be aware of these type of connivers we have in our society. We will not attribute the word honorable to them. Dishonorable. They are monsters of criminality. And we must get rid of them once and for all. We must use a fumigation method to eradicate these people out of our society. They are like insects. And we must deal with them accordingly. Because how much more can an island like Jamaica undergo under this kleptocratic government that we have, led by the master of all corruption, Andrew Holness? Mr. Craven, you are too craven. And Craven choke puppy dog and see you choke me right now. You can't speak as how you used to. in a previous election campaign. Yeah, you look like a little lappiest dog about the place. Right now, you make nice all people head, but you're so stupid. You did the same thing in the local government election and it did not pay off. And you come replicate the same type of behavior. They don't know say now go pay off either. The people reject you from then, them don't want to see you. You must just leave the political arena and face what's coming next. And remember, dear man telling us a jail time are coming up. But we even advance it more. We say prison time, cause time come and I yield back the floor.
Yes, yes. Bulla. The time soon come. Hey, the time coming up. Yes, Bulla. But now hear you. What on the Bulla?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, Bulla.
Yeah. Yes, Jamaica youth and Jamaica citizen. Don't make this guy want to poll or no. Go to the poll and vote for the head. To the ever have the brain. You see it. In two clash. In two presidential clash. We beat them. Tonight, you know, it's a history create. Vote for Mark Golan. To the teacher and a leader and a God person. Listen, youth and youth. Don't be fooled by material things and by money. Think smart. Think for your grandchildren them and your children. For the future of Jamaica. Don't think for your belly. So just one love, PNP, stand firm.
What do you mean? All right, Bulla. Say well on the Bulla. Say make sure tell the man them down in a we're signing the day. You talk to them already.
Yeah, man.
Yes.
Yeah, we have some great dialogue down there. So Ryan I roll with some great people. The youth them rise up. Me like the vibe, like the, you know, Jim talked to me this morning. So, Fartland, come out. Don't be fooled. Line Bottom, Puriton, saying, vote your rights in our old sentence. Come out and vote. Don't make this boy hold on on it. You know, see it. Walk with Mark Golan and Mark Golan come up the third. Saying, you never come out, man. You know, see it.
All right.
Can't stop this.
No, say nothing. You could just carry across. Pink.
Yes, Wayne. Thanks for having me here again tonight. Um, in the cash plus situation, I would like to add that the current governor general, had invested some money from the university that he was in control of, and that money went down the drain. And he's Andrew's friend. So even Andrew's friend lost in the cash plus thing back in the time when everybody else was crashing. And if you remember, back in the time, in Tiaga's time, Capo was Tiaga's favorite Obiaman. And we see back in 2016, while Andrew and Malahoo were campaigning, they were in Westmoreland taking baths in a mother bath pan. So they moved from Westmoreland now to St. Mary for the past two elections seasons. So it's something new to us to see them twirling and jumping poco. Now, the vote buying thing, as I said before, I work with the Northwest St. James team, campaign team. Sunday gone was the GLP rally in Samshop Square. And from Saturday afternoon, late afternoon, Horace Chang went through Northwest with a barrage of soldiers and a barrage of police officers surrounding him, handing out to whosoever who would take it $25,000 per vote. So the vote in Northwest is being sold right now at the price of $25,000 Jamaican, and that does not include GCC or any other further taxes. So my people in Northwest, we want the Deputy Prime Minister out. We want the General Secretary of no, one of the chairman, Horace Chang is one of the chairman of GLP over there to be removed. It's time to send out a message to Horace Chang because he's there for the past 9 years. 9 years. And just a couple months ago, he and the Prime Minister come in the community talking about the promising water in pipes that were laid 2 decades ago by Francis Solo. Now, from nomination day until today, we have water in our pipes. The pipes were laid. They have created this artificial water loss, right? By just turning off the pipe and turning on the pipe to give us water when they feel like, because they want to force us to buy water from the water trucks that are owned by them, by their family and their friends. Northwest St. James, all of St. James, we want to bring in the 5 candidates. But I am beseeching my friends and family in Northwest St. James, come out and vote for Alan Bernard, Comrade Alan Bernard. He will take us out of this misery that we're having right now because Horace Chang needs to go. And we know that Northwest St. James is a traumatized constituency, right? And when I tell you that many baby mothers under Horace Chang have cried for their baby fathers, many mothers have cried for their sons since Horace Chang has been there. The Glendavon Heart Center has been closed, and Glendavon is right in the center of Montego Bay, and Montego Bay is the tourist capital of Jamaica. How can you have a heart center closed in your constituency in the tourist capital of this nation? And tourism is one of the highest earning ministries in this country. How does that make any sense to us, Jamaica? Vote out Horace Chang, September 3rd and tomorrow. Soldiers and police, even the soldiers and police who are protecting Horace Chang, please come out and vote against him because you witnessed him handing out $25,000 Jamaican for a vote. And I yield to you, Wayne.
Yes, but all right. So, you know, it's the third it gone, you know, a landslide there. What may I say, brothers? May I say 63, you know, may I say 62, what we're actively like the 163 we got with, you know. Them guys, no, we can't stop this. 63, you know. Yeah, 63. Tivoli have time for the wake up. Bushrat, we are sending you home. Yeah. You have the cemetery side there, you have to just go back, go and go rest permanently. Yeah, you have me a pen right there, so you have to go home. And then we're going to celebrate the 14th. So I put them up here, I'm going to call my man G. It near party and deck. So you know, so I'm by the way, I don't want no run come. Because one by one to go to jail, nobody call my man G. And we are celebrate, the real people that celebrate here. So when I want to call my man G, not at all. The people that we are celebrate with, make sure to call my man G. See the ticket them there, can't miss it. Remember, next week Wednesday election, you know. And a couple days after that, you know, say this. So when we do, hey, make a broadcast that. When you see me relax and I say, yeah, you know, we feel good. Now say come around. And our celebration mood being there, you know. So we know
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
us. Eh?
We have to endorse the victory, man. Away us, man. We have to celebrate that, man.
You see it?
By all means. By all means. It's just like the team. It's just like the team in our game. But when them win, you have to celebrate with them. You know, because
Exactly.
you the strength throughout the game. Result comes in celebration time. Yeah, man.
All right. Anyway, the debate soon start, you know. Few minutes.
Yeah, right.
We are going to monitor it. I will carry it live. When it starts, because Tita for kick out. Criminal
Yes.
run with it. And people, let me tell you something, brothers and sisters. We are listening to the moderator, we are listening to the question here, we are listening to what them ask. Because we say them have to ask about criminality, honesty, Them have to talk about the 28th, you know.
Yeah,
We want to talk about SSL. We want to talk about impeachment. We want to talk about IC. So we are listening.
Exactly.
yeah,
And certification, who certify and who not certify.
All right.
You
yeah.
understand me?
All right. Let me play this. Let me play the Damian Craft for them. I'm going to listen to this one.
The JLP in this iteration have created distrust around every unit. Once in a for JLP, your labor, your PMP, you know. That's how the man them function, you know. We have never seen all people that talk about everybody stay the same. Go back to when you see this before.
True.
Everybody stay the same. When did a prime minister before this carry a national institution to court?
He's the first?
First ever.
Never.
Buster never do it. Siaga never do it. PJ never do it. Porsche never do it. First ever. You share never do it. This man is the first. When did a man come and say, we know how to find you? Brethren, the man them said things about PJ for 18 years. You ever seen none get arrested? When you see politicians sue people so much. If you do anything you say, them going to sue you.
Yeah, defamation.
Yeah. Just to create fear. You know, from when Desmond say, I sue me, I know me not get no letter. Me want my service in a survey here, you know, because me want to sue him back, you know. You understand? Come here and sue him if you can't pronounce Jamaica. You ever hear him say Jamaica? You can say Jamaica, you know, I sue him for that. You understand? On behalf of all the English teacher, you get them? Yeah. So the man them know what him say I sue him for, because me say, yo, listen, man, the money managed by Desmond, so if it thief, I him thief it. Then if you manage it and it thief, bro, guy, you have to tell me what I go on with it. No, never sue. So what? No, I look a blog and nobody want to do that. Come, can't, but I go through that and next thing now. So them really just creating fear from comment. If you offer yourself a
Right, you know, when the man says, what you know, so you read things on there. And you know, so me run the man that they nasty string him over, so they nobody with a man that the wilderness. Can them know them can't run with me, you know. None of them.
They can't sue your way.
Them not sue me. No, man, them know me not run with them. And
none of me around here, them can't play with the title. Them know them.
I'm not around them. I'm going to think me see around there one night. A big dirty thinking mama run come around here. And from around my big mama, I know. Can't figure pay him tax. It gone a 1.3 billion now. Me I watch it. I can show the update. He might try to do a little thing, but the money too small. By 1 minute, like him, you see him run come around, and some people say, Lord, some nobody. Big mama run around here.
You know what, Wayne? This is the first prime minister to have 28 accounts that we find so far.
Yes. No matter
Yeah.
this kind of things, man.
Porsche had 4. Mark had 2.
Watch out.
public consumption. How can you do one?
Andrew
have more than 20.
Repeat. Melted back.
Andrew Holness have more than 28 bank accounts.
Okay.
Yeah, we know that.
He never answer no more questions, so it just end right there. So, but if they would have continue, they would have find more than 28.
Yeah.
The man them know what him say must for, because I say, yo, listen, man, the money managed by Desmond, so if it thief, I him thief it. Then if you manage it and it thief.
But you can't be politician and people say, if it thief, you thief it, they say you're so smart. I fear them and put the people, you know. That's why they're not fit for in a country. Who's prime minister and whose government could I tell you if you open your mouth and sue you? That means, you know, I'm with some little idiot Abekwa eh? Like that part thinking father-in-law, papa-in-law. Eh? That makes no sense.
Bro, guy. Yeah, I'm going to tell you what I go with it.
But
never sue. So what? No, I look a black.
Yes.
You remember said Desmond used to get irregular beating from Siaga, you know. So someone in me I look a bat of blood in him head, so you have to see with him, you know.
Alright. Yeah.
Nobody want to do that, come can't, but I go through that and next thing now. So them really just creating fear from comment. If you offer yourself for public consumption, how can you do one public conversation? If a man really go violate and go far left, but if a man say, oh, Andrew, really bad word, how police are going to video you under your bed? If me I go arrest you, all the video and put up on it.
And it's not a body cam.
It's not, yeah. It's a purposeful example to the society.
But, talk about certain laws.
Yeah.
Can the government, the next government, So yo, certain laws will have to update them. We have some laws from the 1800s. Like
as $100.
yeah.
And certainly
Yes. Well, let me tell you one of them where we are going to immediately update, which the people don't recognize how it transformed the society. After slavery ended in 1833, but really in 1838. So the man said slavery go in and then another period called amelioration. Treat them better for 4 years and then we'll teach them to be free. I don't know why you have to teach a man to be free, but that's what they say in 1838. Now remember, I said this is 2025, so almost 200 years away from 1838. When slavery was ending now, the people in charge of the society, the governors say, yo, we can't make them black man just come take over the land, you know. So we have passed a law to say if you take over land, you have to have it for 60 years before it belongs to you.
Which is a lifetime.
We call adverse experience, adverse possession. At that time, the life expectancy was 57 years, bro. So the doctor say, yo, you have got dead before you get the land. We have maintained that till today, you know. See? Now, the number one beneficiary of colonialism outside of England was the government, you know. I'm not say government, I'm not say Andrew Holness, I'm about Jamaica's government, because all the lands were transferred as crown lands. You get where I come from? So the slave experience, which created ownership from England of the Jamaican land.
So yeah, we'll go cross, so put it up. But when it starts, we are going to, yes, so we are going to cross there. But I put it up, that we are going to money type me we attack. That's the debate, right? Yes. So we could just go cross a debate right now. Yes, we could see where I want.
Yes.
Yes. And we can, yes. Yes. So we could just open that, see the debate. When them started, definitely know with us, we turn you up. Yeah. All right. Yes. All right. So we have it up on our monitor. We have debate up on our monitor. So yes. Yeah. Yes, brother. So yeah, we have debate on our monitor because I start now. So there's some advertisement. So we're gonna start now. When it starts with us, when you hear that come in. Yeah. I didn't start, but we are listening to the question then, Byron. Is that much more I hear the question with them give, because when them ask Julian enough to explain, you know, hey, they want that there be a corruption, you know. Then there be a corruption, look at.
Yeah.
I could turn up, I could get the sound from them.
We choose a Jamaica that is run democratically, not autocratically. We choose a Jamaica where if you break the law, you pay the price, no matter who you are. If, like me, you truly want a better future for all Jamaicans, not just a few, then make the decision to choose change for yourself, for your family, and for Jamaica.
The following is paid for by the People's National Party.
Prematurity is a medical condition, not a cause of death. I am not speaking to you as just a politician, not as a PNP, not as a doctor, but as a Jamaican. We must put Jamaicans first. We must modernize hospitals and clinics, expand primary care, train and keep more nurses and doctors, strengthen maternal and child health, and expand mental health services in every parish. This is about more than healthcare. It is about life, dignity, and hope. Because in a new Jamaica, no mother should fear losing her baby or her own life, and no Jamaican should be left without care. Jamaica, time come for a better life.
The proceeding was paid for by the People's National Party. The following is paid for by the People's National Party.
In every constituency, on every issue, the People's National Party has assembled the strongest, most diverse slate of candidates in a generation. From doctors ready to heal our broken health system, to educators building a smarter Jamaica, business people growing the economy, legal minds defending justice, and community advocates speaking truth to power. This is a team chosen for competence, compassion, and commitment. Led by Mark Golding, a good man with a good plan. This is not politics as usual. This is a team to rescue Jamaica, rebuild our future, and restore pride in leadership. Jamaica, time come.
The proceeding was paid for by the People's National Party.
Jobs and wages. So many of you said you wanted to become successful, to help out your families and enjoy your life. Do you realize that many of the world's largest businesses today are in the same age range as many of you? Amazon, 28, Google, 24, Facebook, 18, Instagram, 12, and TikTok is 6. New technologies will continue to disrupt and supersede existing industries. And as the world goes increasingly digital, Jamaica must not be left behind. We need our own digital transformation, bringing affordable broadband internet to every Jamaican home to help our young Jamaicans to compete and outshine their peers across the world. Your vote can help us to make those necessary changes. Find out everything you need to know about voting at markgoldingja.com/vote. Remember, get out and vote. Your voice, your vote, your choice.
The following is paid for by the People's National Party.
Keisha,
What?
why am I never saying at the exam?
I never have enough money to pay the school fees, so I just couldn't do the exam.
Hold on, Keisha, hold on.
What?
Saying I hear about the PNP first in the family program.
No? What that?
It's a program where if you're the first in your family, if you attend college or university, you get a scholarship for funded.
But me already there college, that have nothing to do with me.
Keisha, calm down.
Yes.
Hold on. It no matter if you're already in college or if you're just a start, you can still get it.
So does that mean that my little brother get to say that I made it?
Definitely. You're going to be the first, but you definitely won't be the last.
That sounds fun.
Sounds good. Keisha, that sounds great. Where's the man?
It sounds like time come for sure.
Education is the bridge between struggle and opportunity. It is how we lift families and grow a modern economy.
The proceeding was paid for by the People's National Party.
Okay. All right. Look at I'm not still not tell about it right now. Get the man said salary reason.
We're not siege win. We're not.
We might talk about salary and not salary.
Thanks, Archie. Our first social media question tonight comes from Instagram. Shania in Kingston, she says, low voter turnout suppresses the effectiveness of a democratic society. Many Jamaicans refuse to vote because they believe both parties are corrupt. What would you say to the significant population of non-voters? And if elected, how will you hold politicians accountable for offenses against the people instead of protecting them?
So in this instance, the question, you have 90 seconds to answer, and we begin with Dr. Holness.
Corruption is a serious problem in our country. And corruption requires from my position as Prime Minister, an action against any member of my political party that has been involved or accused of anything that suggests corruption. In my own case, I have been investigated for a year with an expert forensic auditor. The findings of that report have suggested no corruption.
You can't.
There's been no charges.
That's a lie.
Every
That's a
aspect
lie.
of my report, every aspect of my
See, that's
personal
real.
life and my personal financial details are in the public domain. I am the politician about which
That is a lie.
knows the most. And therefore, I am the politician who can stand with the greatest moral authority to treat with any matter that is considered corrupt, as I have done in the past. And I want to give this assurance to the Jamaican people that you know me, you know about me, you can trust me, and you know that I stand against corruption.
Mr. Golding has the opportunity to respond to that social media question as well.
Andrew, what they know about you is that you have 28 bank accounts, that you received several $1 million in cash deposits from anonymous donors in your bank account, that your companies had transactions of over $400 million, several thousand transactions between them, and that Positive Jamaica Foundation, a non-profit which you are intimately connected with, provided resources which you use for personal investments through your personal company. We have signed the Leadership Code of Conduct developed by Integrity Commission. All of our spokespersons and myself have signed. None of your people have signed it. I am committed to ensuring that all members of the executive, when we form government, will have their Integrity Commission declarations published, not just the leader of the opposition and what should happen, but hasn't happened in your case because you're not certified, the Prime Minister. So the whole question that has been asked is an excellent question. And we really need to step up our vigilance against corrupt behavior, nepotism, and cronyism. The volume of scandals under this Jamaica Labour Party government is unprecedented. Over the number of ministers who have had to be removed from frontline duty, many of them parked in the naughty corner in OPM rather than being sacked. It is a disgrace to the country, and your personal situation where you're operating under a deep cloud because your Integrity Commission declarations are not certified also is something which Jamaica cannot go forward with.
Thank you.
We'll now take a short break and we invite you to stay tuned.
You know what? It's nothing else.
Look.
We know why I see nothing else. He's dead.
Win.
What a man lie.
The following is paid for by the People's National Party.
Yes.
That is emotional damage.
On every issue.
Boy, me feel shame, Andrew.
National Party as assembled the strongest.
Yes, brother. What a man wicked. The man said take him and come. Him done, you know. Him done.
No, sir.
This is important.
It is. Me feel it. Me feel that one day. Me feel it. God knows.
Your mic, turn on.
Your mic, hold on. Talk no better.
Me say, he might drop down tonight.
He dead. The man said
drop down.
He don't find nothing. That me not even want to hear nothing else. The show done. It's over. Him dead.
Oh my God. We thought it was going to be bad, but we never know that it is going to be this way.
Me say this them for ask. Them a listen to me, man. Better. Them a listen to me. Me no want to hear nothing else. Him dead.
Dead, man.
Him dead. The man say him not corrupt. What a man like a wicked. Eh?
He's hold on. Look here now, family.
Yes.
When him say no corrupt, he's talking to the same set of people what Darrell Vaz are talk to using the rum.
Yeah.
Yeah. And those people are talking to. Dry bones.
Man, I say I'm not corrupt.
Dry.
Get everybody know him stand against corruption.
Mighty goodness.
The most corrupt Prime Minister of Jamaica.
Him done. Brother, him done.
The man saying no deal with corruption. Can you imagine?
Man done.
And he's the example of corruption.
Corruption, they move it him done.
Oh God.
A good thing. I'll tell him a fiancé first. Can that tell lie? See? Yes.
This is embarrassing.
The amount of corruption with Andrew have you have to use a QR code to scan it.
No, but him lying and mention for the man saying no do corruption, and him nobody not find him corrupt and him not corrupt. The man had shot at him himself.
Dr. Corruption.
Eh?
The doctor of corruption.
Yeah, what more here? At this me tell them this me get mad. Eh? Me don't
Remember, say marketing don't even talk about the Ponzi scheme up in yet.
Not yet. But at this me say me want them ask. The question not coming now. It done. Look, if you can't talk about country, this and that, me never want to hear that. Can't be a lie. But this me want them ask him. Front of him. There's a Glock and everything, you know. AK open up on him, there's a cutter drop on him. Him done.
Him done, man.
Done, yes, man.
Why?
Oh boy.
Him done, man. Anything, any more lie, let me tell you something, people. We know why you're not where Andrew comes now. Then we take him off. Him just come off. Him just go away.
So Wayne.
Yeah.
He might talk about third term. This is the third coof. He might get.
It done. Me know why you're not there.
But you see him hold on him head. Right through.
When standing not stand for corruption.
But Wayne.
We say, and the right question the people them ask first.
Because from today, I can't never ask something wrong. I war, me and them a war.
Yeah.
Hey, brother, from them listen me, I'm good enough. Me know why you're not Nelson.
The right question asked.
Eh?
Right question asked.
But Wayne, you don't realize him hold on him head.
Yeah, man.
Right through. You can't look my gold in his eyes. You can't look my gold in my golden eyes.
I pan it again, you know. See? If him try and sign, he might get more pressure on it. See? What a question.
What?
Hey, is the uppercut that knockout, you know? Knockout.
The first blow, man, and get licked down, man.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is
the right question asked him.
This is a one round knockoff, brother.
One round knockoff.
One round knockoff.
And then let's start the bomb. That knock him completely fling him away. You start the
bomb. Foot.
Yes. Yeah, man. So if when I come back up, my government do this, my government do nothing. Look on the hey brother. Look last year, you notice a paper promise in a make. Him could have do something in a couple months. The man too lie. That's a knockout punch, yeah? Him done. But this is all honest lie. Say them search him and nothing, but yes, him have them a quote.
But,
If you go where you know.
But special investigator, you understand, found that vindicated. Lie.
Lie, of course. Lie. Use favorable words for him. Lie.
Via direct message on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok to Jamaica Debates. We now ask Dion Jackson Miller to start this segment with a question for Mr. Mark Golding.
Going back to the income tax proposal, Mr. Golding, because
I like her now.
The PNP's assertion that it can fund the proposal through projected revenue growth doesn't seem to take into, as well as
the PR company
doesn't seem to take into account increasing in expenditure that's also projected, as well as low growth rates that no government in recent years has managed to overcome. Isn't it true that your numbers just don't add up?
The fiscal policy paper does project over the next 3 years some $160 billion additional revenue. The degree to which there are accompanying expenses will depend on how we manage the expense side of the budget. There's also the fact that there are $360 billion of programs in the budget that represent the priorities of a given government at a particular point in time. When we are elected, we're not going to be elected to maintain the current trajectory that Jamaica is on. People want to see change. And most fundamentally, the issue really is the fact that we are coming to the end of the period of austerity, the period where Jamaica has been for 13 and a half years, steadfastly paying down debt. So that the debt to GDP ratio, which we inherited at 147% of GDP at the beginning of 2012, is now, in this fiscal year, projected to achieve the target of 60% of GDP. Once that happens, we no longer have to reduce debt as a priority. We just have to maintain that debt profile. That will release resources of 2.5% to 3% of GDP, which is close to $90 billion of additional resources, which no longer have to be part of your primary surplus target. So we will be able to fund our program quite comfortably come April next year when the fiscal year starts.
Dr. Holness,
you know, there is a song which says, when the rum tells you you're a big dancer. I don't know what the leader of the opposition was drinking. Firstly, the debt to GDP for this fiscal year is not projected to be 60%. It is projected to be 65% thereabouts. If the leader of the opposition is depending on growth to provide the revenues for $75 billion of expenditure, the country would have to grow between 8 and 10%.
Like that.
Which has not done that since the 60s. Thirdly, yes, there are $300 billion of programs. What are these programs? Pharmaceuticals.
Thank you, Dr. Holness. Thank you, Dr. Holness. Our next question.
Thank you. We know what you're like. We know what you're like.
Dr. Holness, you said on February 7, 2016 in Sam Sharp Square, Montego Bay, within our first 100 days in government, we will start the legislative process to fix the general election date in Jamaica. It's been 3,490 days since. In your May 2016 budget debate, you further stated the country should not be distracted by protracted periods of uncertainty. Yet, that's exactly what happened with this year's election. After 2 consecutive terms in office, you have failed to deliver on this promise. Why?
Your research into this matter, I respect the question, is incomplete. At the calling of the 2020 general elections, I explained to the public in Parliament that our government actually started work on fixed election date, and we found that it was inconsistent with our constitutional arrangements. And therefore, we did not include it in our 2020 manifesto. It is no longer a part of our platform.
So why you saying
More
you never
to
researched
that
it first?
is the fact that in seeking
Thank you.
to have all of these previous considerations included, we went about putting in place a constitutional reform commission that would bring all the considerations for constitutional reform under an expert review. That expert review was thwarted by the opposition. So yes, these considerations were considered from 2016, but the reality of the constitutional arrangement made us take a different route, which is to go to a comprehensive constitutional reform, which was frustrated by the opposition.
Over to Mr.
The way I've explained that like that before.
Before I respond, just to point out that Mr. Holness's data is not current. The Fiscal Commissioner issued a release, I think it was today actually, indicating that with the National System of Accounts being updated, GDP has been adjusted, and we're now at 62% of GDP. That's what the debt is at the end of March this year, and we will more than likely achieve 60% this fiscal year. No, please, you're not entitled to do that. The flip-flopping from the Prime Minister is manifest. They were supposed to have impeachment. There's no impeachment. Fixed election day, no fixed election day. Ring fencing the NHT, they have taken over $130 billion out of the NHT. Cannot be trusted.
Just reminding that there's a format to the debate and asking the debaters to respect the format to which they have agreed. It's now time to go to the next question. Social media.
You see him start to be
This question comes from Janine. Yes. Parliament has passed a constitutional amendment bill and a referendum bill to transition Jamaica into a republic. Could you clarify the economic and administrative implications of this transition and how you intend to ensure that the process doesn't distract from Jamaica's economic priorities like debt reduction, investment diversification, and public services?
That question goes to Mr. Golding first and then to Dr. Holness.
In answer to the question, we can whistle and ride. So we have done very well as a nation in reducing our public debt. We ensured that the fiscal rules were very strong. with an algorithm, an equation in the fifth schedule to the Financial Administration Audit Act that determines the fiscal balance that must be hit by each year's budget. And that has ensured that successive governments have stayed on course to take it down to 60%. We can do constitutional reform, but it requires authentic consultation with the people. And there must be an effort to have bipartisan consensus on critical issues. And we have not been able to achieve that consensus yet on the critical issue of decolonization, in particular our final court, which is now the Privy Council, the King's Court, that makes orders in the name of the King, as opposed to the regional court, which has been established, the Caribbean Court of Justice, which Jamaica helped to design, helped to fund, and which has developed over the last 20 years a reputation for independence and excellence. There are aspects of the bills that are in Parliament now that we have big problems with. In particular, the fact that effectively it will allow the Prime Minister to appoint the President, because a simple majority of both houses will do it if we do not agree who that person is. I think that is wrong. I think that the President of the country must command the trust and confidence of both sides of the political aisle, and indeed the wider public.
Amen.
To be clear, the bills before Parliament do not give the Prime Minister the ability to appoint the President.
And that then would say.
We
Lie.
are the party that have advanced the greatest, the process of repatriating our sovereignty. I am a Jamaican through and through, and I want to see my country's sovereignty represented by a Jamaican. It puzzles me as to why the opposition is trying to frustrate this. The opposition says we must always consult the people, yet they do not want to consult the people on a fundamental architecture of our society, our final court of appeal. They are inconsistent, hypocritical, flip-floppers. They were the ones who nudged, encouraged, and agreed with the government that a process should be started for the repatriation of our sovereignty. Midway the process, they have turned around to say they have challenges with it. What is it that they really want? Are you truly a Jamaican?
It's time for our next question. It is from Dion Jackson Miller, and it goes to Mr. Golding.
I just don't like him going cry.
This is a mess.
Mr. Golding.
I just don't like him going to cry.
MP is promising a tax break for small businesses for the first 3 years of formally incorporating, as well as a raft of other targeted tax relief measures. How do you respond to criticisms that your tax plan reintroduces inefficiencies, tax avoidance, and corruption into the tax system that have been eliminated over the past 15 years?
First of all, I think the Prime Minister repeated innuendo or direct attack which has been leveled by his party on my nationality. And, you know, I just wanted to just make it absolutely clear that I am born here as a Jamaican. Here is my birth certificate. And
Amen.
I was born at the University Hospital on July 19th, 1965. And it's right here. I hope your camera can pick it up. And I have a copy for you, Prime Minister, right here. And I wish you could provide me with a copy of your certification, but of course you can't. It is quite, there's a third schedule to the GCT Act now, which has a long list of items which are not subject to GCT that are exempt. We feel that laptops and other devices are critical tools of trade, and it is wrong to tax them, and we are going to add them to that list. And similarly, sports equipment, which is vital for social cohesion. Sports is a critical part of keeping young people away from straying down the wrong path and so on. Why are we taxing those items? That cost of living is already high. So I don't agree. The system we have already caters for items which should not be taxed. And we're simply saying we want to adjust those items to include things that should be there but are not yet there.
Dr. Holness?
The Labour Party is the only political organization to have reduced taxes. We reduced the GCT from 16.5% to 15%. And we have done so in a way that has not compromised our revenues or the sustainability of future programs. All, and I repeat, all the tax suggestions and promises of the opposition will compromise our fiscal arrangements and place us back in debt or result in increased taxes. The best way to provide social services is to identify the persons who need it.
Thank you, Dr. Holness. Our next question is from
Taxi
Giovanni
drivers
Dennis,
and
and
cities.
it goes to Dr. Holness.
The Rio Cobre is a major water source for the St. Catherine Plains and communities in and around
Mhm.
Spanish Town. Yet, since 2019, under your watch as Environment Minister, there have been close to a dozen chemical spills causing fish kills and disrupting lives. You say you're a champion of the environment. Why hasn't there been tougher sanctions for the repeated breaches of environmental permits by the companies culpable?
The Jamaica Labour Party has put in very tough sanctions, including the requirement for the provision of bonds. We are the only government to have called these bonds and brought polluters to court. We have also started the process of studying the Rio Cobre to ensure that there is no discharge into the Rio Cobre. This is something that I am personally very serious about, and we will put in legislation to end discharge into the Rio Cobre. It becomes even more important as we have now put in place the Content Rio Cobre water project, for which we are pulling 15 million gallons of water from the Rio Cobre per day. So we must protect that asset, and I give the public my sincere commitment that we will protect the Rio Cobre.
Mr. Golding?
Quickly, just to say that the JLP is not the only party to have reduced taxes. The PNP reduced the personal income tax rate from 33.33% to 25%. We reduced the GCT rate from 17.5% to 16%. There's been reductions of taxes on both sides. They plan to reduce, they say, income tax from 25 to 15, which is going to help the rich and the ministers who pay themselves 200+% pay increases. On the environmental issue, you are the one who overturned NEPA's decision not to grant a permit for the mining of the Dry Harbor Mountains, which is a very sensitive nature reserve. You're flip-flopping again, Andrew.
Thank you.
Our next question. Our next question is from social media. Over to Amoy Harry.
Well, Archie, Delano says many Jamaicans would like to see the full rollout of body-worn cameras on our police officers, even more so now, given the increase in fatal police shootings. Will this be something that you'll prioritize should you be elected?
Mr. Golding will respond first.
First of all, I think it's very important to acknowledge and commend the excellent work done by the police force over the last year and a half in bringing the rate of violent crime, in particular murders in the country, down from the intolerable levels where it had been under this government. More murders committed in Andrew Holness's 2 years in office than any other 2-year term in the history of Jamaica. The police have finally abandoned the failed policies that we did our best to stop, the mass use of states of emergency, which the court has ruled as unconstitutional, and have gone now to a much more targeted approach, a much more strategically sound approach. Having said that, we do feel that it's very important that the public as a whole must have trust and confidence in the police, because the police rely on intelligence and information from the public. And therefore, if the public feel that there's excessive use of force and there's no accountability for it, they're not going to be as cooperative as we need them to be. I think, therefore, it's in the interests of the Jamaican society and the police themselves to have the benefit of body-worn cameras, especially when they go on special operations. So there can be no question, nobody can accuse them wrongly of having used excessive force when the force was legitimate as used. And to the extent that there may occasionally be an excessive use of force, the persons are held accountable for that in accordance with the law. That's what the rule of law requires.
Dr. Holness?
The government is already in the process of procuring and acquiring cameras. Several thousands of them are under procurement and will be deployed shortly to the police force.
10 years.
We consider this as absolutely important in giving confidence to the public regarding the actions of the police force. And the police themselves want to have these cameras as protection for themselves. Interestingly, however, the leader of the opposition states that the state of public emergency did not work.
It never worked.
Now, murders under the PNP increased to over 1,000 murders in 1997 and remained there for over 30 years. It is the Jamaica Labour Party in 3 consecutive years that have reduced murders by 55%. The states of public emergency worked. The states of public emergency were supported by the PNP when Peter Phillips was the leader of the opposition, and it reduced murders by 27%. Since we did not have the cooperation of the opposition, murders went up. A question must be asked. Who is responsible for the increase in murders when there was a tool that could have saved lives? It is a serious question.
No, Giovanni Dennis has indicated that he would like to ask one of his 2 follow-up questions. I believe that question will go to
Mr. Golding.
Mr. Golding.
Mr. Golding, I want to go back to the matter of your dual citizenship. It took days for you to confirm that you held dual citizenship and weeks for you to renounce it. Why didn't you acknowledge the issue upfront, and why should Jamaicans believe you will be forthcoming with them on any issue, even if it's uncomfortable in the first instance?
I didn't hesitate to acknowledge dual citizenship. I was born in Jamaica. I had a British father, and I inherited British citizenship by descent from him. And that's lawful under the laws of Jamaica. And indeed, parliamentarians in Jamaica are permitted to be dual national. I therefore didn't consider it to be something which was problematic. However, when it was raised last year and politicized, I decided I want to know what the Jamaican people felt about it, because I thought really my response ought to be driven by them. We did an internal poll. It showed that a majority thought I should renounce, and so I did. And I renounced my British citizenship in August last year.
Dr. Holness, rebuttal.
You know, this is a strange one. A man who wants to represent his country must choose his country.
Look at him
to ask anyone. You should choose. And that's why we say we choose Jamaica. It is indeed of concern that it was not until your 40s, when you were becoming a minister of government, that you sought to have a Jamaican. It's not your birth that makes you Jamaican. It is the choices you make for your birth, including supporting a process that would make
fucking idiot. It's not your birth, right?
Totally done.
Including
what is it then?
Totally done.
Next question is from social media over to Amoy, and that question will go to Mr. Golding.
It's not your birth.
TikTok, Taj says, given the current negotiations surrounding the U.S. Keep Cost Centers in America Act and its potential to impact over 50,000 Jamaican BPO workers, how does your administration plan to safeguard both employment and livelihoods for young Jamaicans if outsourcing opportunities decline?
That's a good question. And the truth is that the evolution of technology, especially the advent of artificial intelligence, is also a threat to the type of services that are provided through outsourcing. So we are going to have to ensure that we try and upskill our existing workforce so that they can be trained to do the type of tasks that technology isn't going to be as adept at dealing with as human beings. And we also have to provide other avenues for employment for young people. That's why we're going to establish the Youth Innovation Fund, which will provide grants and loans to young people to get them into business if they want to get into business. And it will enable them to pursue their talents in tech or in creative industries or any other area of endeavor so that they can express themselves, help to monetize their talent and build brand Jamaica. And so those are the types of things that need to be done. We also want to emphasize training and the role of the private sector in training. We'll be giving an incentive, a dollar-for-dollar matching of all businesses who invest in upskilling and training. We will match their investment through the HEART program to encourage them to invest further in training and upskilling the workforce so they can employ more people in higher paying jobs. Right now, too many of our people are struggling in low income jobs, low wage jobs, low tech jobs.
The same question goes to Dr. Holness.
Well, let me give you some practical and real answers instead of airy-fairy stuff. Jamaica is already positioning itself for nearshoring and friendly shoring of the recalibration of the global supply chain.
We don't supply.
And that is why we have made a massive investment in the Caymana's development and in Ranger. These are real investments that will bring production to Jamaica and jobs.
Yeah, like the big power company when promised we from when.
Already started to ensure that over 120,000 Jamaican youths can access training free of cost on the spot. And much of that training is in support of not just BPO, but logistics. But more than that, we saw the change in technology coming and the impact it will have. And that is why we have invested in a coding and technology academy, the Amber Heart Academy, where hundreds of Jamaican youth are trained in not just the basics, but as high up as data science. Because what we want to create in our society are the trained skills that can attract the jobs that we are already negotiating for. You have a government that understands the changing global dynamics.
Thank you, Dr.
And putting in
Holness.
place measures to take advantage of it.
We will now take a short break and we invite you to stay tuned.
The general elections debates are presented by the
Hey, yes, I know what I done said.
Exactly.
Yeah, remember I
Hear this. He make a statement, me tell you.
Debate, you know. Dora the expert said them train 250,000. No, I must say 100. No, I must say each can train 120,000. You saw them lie.
Exactly. And remember, you know, Andrew got some money from some Chinese people to build some special schools in Jamaica, and all of them not build one yet, you know.
Yeah.
Remember that, you know, some schools for science and chemistry people.
Now watch him, remember him either. The Macho Samuda born in UK, and him think him say enough to born in Jamaica for beat up. You know, see the man a madman Byron.
Yeah.
Exactly.
See the man a idiot. If just get what we done with him, you know. And we are watching the question when them ask, and I beat them boy the way I see that question. When you know what thing that I scream? Him not use the new copy, you know. Him use the old birth certificate to show same banya. Not a new
Thank you. Thank you.
Remember the old one, the white one, we go use.
Yeah. It's a short up one there. Me have my one.
Mark should ask him.
You know, see, the old birth certificate, the original one him use.
Exactly.
Him use not the new copy, but the old one to show him some banya. This is not a new one. Me I use the old copy where you can't get now. Me I show you said, see it ya, your piece of shit, yo. Eh? Look where I just come with an attack one bag of
But apart from that, you know, Mark should have asked him about Matthew's birth certificate.
No, Mark, you just no, Mark no one go back in that, you know. Mark can't email. Mark can't ask him, Mark him, but Mark can flap him first. And then if any little extra, you have to answer him and mash him up, you know. You understand?
Yeah.
But I want to say something as it relates to Mark Walling suitability to run political representation. That should never be coming, you know, any form of query or question. Because Mark Walling is not Jamaican by birth. Mark Walling is not a Jamaican by naturalization. Mark Walling wasn't born in the UK.
Yeah.
Mark Walling get citizenship by descent of his dad.
Yeah.
You understand? Mark Wallen's mother is a Jamaican.
What it is?
So,
well, that's what I'm gonna follow. All right. So if you're Canada or you're British and them think that name Commonwealth, it now have no problem. If you're if you're American, you have a problem like Siaga. Siaga won't be a problem. Him shouldn't be a prime minister.
Exactly the point. That's why Siaka should have never been prime minister of this country.
Gabriel Vaz get it from him.
But the whole fact of the matter, you know.
I'm American, so him shouldn't even be about there. The
whole fact of the matter, Mark Wallen does not have a birth certificate that says United Kingdom.
No,
it says Jamaica.
Somebody has that part, right? Has. So you understand? So that's why I said them a shit.
Andrew Holness looking at the wrong direction, man. I look something for, you know, pin for Mark Wallen. But Mark Wallen clean.
And
Mark Wallen certified to participate in the political process in Jamaica by being a Jamaican by birth. That should never be questioned. Yes. That should never be brought into dispute. Mark Wallen is a Jamaican.
Not too bad,
so I go with this little rhetoric as it relates to Mark Wallen and his nationality. Mark Wallen nationality not UK.
Hey, brother, look how my blood people carry a copy for Andrew, you know. Because no Andrew up to them. I'm going to tell you some Mark, them are the best, man. Exactly. Mark not too happy, you know.
But Wayne, look on it, look on this. Andrew used to work for Siaga, and Siaga was an American citizen. Yeah. Siaga never renounced you understand me? Never renounced anything.
No, I know.
He was an illegal prime minister of Jamaica.
Crime and safety. Your future depends on the right measures put in place.
Yeah, continue.
Leaders Debate presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission. We invite you, the public, again, to send us your questions via direct message on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok to Jamaica Debates. We now ask Dion Jackson Miller to start this segment with a question for Dr. Andrew Holness.
In 2021, you were appointed to the Queen's Privy Council and the Ancient Advisory Body, and your administration's recent attempt at constitutional reform would have seen the removal of the British monarch from Jamaica's parliament and executive in phase 1, but not from our judiciary. Opposition or no opposition, referendum or not, can you tell us your position, whether you support the removal of the Privy Council as Jamaica's final court, and if so, when?
My position is that Jamaica should have its own local court as its final appellate court. But I also do respect the Caribbean Court of Justice, of which we are a part of its original jurisdiction. I will say, however, that on a matter as important as this, that forms the architecture of our nation, the people must be consulted. And that is why I put in place a process that would begin these consultations in a practical and phased basis, a process which has been thwarted by the opposition.
But Andrew still a member of the Privy Council.
Raises questions about democracy. On one hand, he does not want to consult. He wants the government to just act without consulting with the people. But then and say that we are the ones undermining democracy. The leader of the opposition
always telling him about consulting the people.
Democracy requires us to consult the people.
Mark need to ask him why is Mark need to ask Andrew why is he a member of the Privy Council still?
Mr. Holness, shortly before the visit of Prince William to Jamaica, became a member of the King's Privy Council.
Thank you.
So one has to wonder how he was choosing Jamaica when he did that. Anyway,
thank you.
To answer the question, we want to follow the Constitution, and the Constitution has been ruled by the Privy Council as the highest court as not requiring a referendum for the decision as to whether or not the CCJ should become the final court replacing the Privy Council. And that is what we think ought to be done. No other country that has moved away from the Privy Council has had a referendum to do so. And there are good reasons for that.
Our next question is from Giovanni Dennis, and it goes to
move if you want to move.
Mr. Holness, the PNP under your leadership has flip-flopped on a number of issues. For example, Julian Robinson on May 16, 2023, said the opposition takes no issue with a massive salary increase for parliamentarians. The very next day, the PNP released a statement rejecting the increase. Why should Jamaicans trust that you won't similarly make no terms on promises you are making now?
Julian.
When Julian said that in Parliament, he was referring to the principle of parliamentarians getting an increase. He wasn't addressing the specifics of what was being proposed. We hadn't had a discussion around those specifics. When we looked at the details and we saw the massive increase that the Prime Minister was proposing for himself and for his ministers, we felt it was unconscionable to do that in the context where the public sector workers had just had their salary negotiations under some duress in relation to the teachers in particular, finalized, and many of them were getting 20% over 2 years. That is why we had to clarify our position, because it was not in accordance with what we thought that principle demanded. Now, over time, thinking can evolve. People change their positions on issues. So, for example, we are looking at this whole question of the 3.5 salary, the $3.5 million threshold increase. And we've seen where, as the debt target is achieved and resources can be released, it can be afforded. We weren't calling for 3.5 2 years ago, but we see that the need, inflation, etc., have happened. Cost of living pressures are there. Our evolution, our thinking has evolved, and we think that this is the right thing to do now, and we're committing ourselves to it. So, you know, I don't think the criticism is justified.
Thank you, Mr. Golding. Dr. Holness now has...
I have to call out that the leader of the opposition is telling lies. Julian Robinson stood in Parliament and said he supported the increase. Clear, and the tapes are there.
Evolution in thought.
He calls the increase unconscionable, yet he takes it. I, Andrew Michael Holness, did not take it. The option was available to him as well. I chose not to take it. The leader of the opposition says, I have 28 bank accounts. That is absolutely not true. The report of the Integrity Commission includes accounts that are closed, accounts that are dormant, insurance accounts, and investment accounts. They have weaponized it.
Dr. Holness. Our next question is from Dion Jackson Miller, and it goes to Dr. Holness.
Dr. Holness, in your 2016 manifesto, you said, quote, will make it mandatory that the appointment of sensitive posts be approved by a 2/3 majority in each House of Parliament, thereby requiring consensus between government and opposition. Now, the posts identified included the Office of Director of Public Prosecutions. Not only did you not implement this, but you disregarded the opposition's objections in the case of the recent extension, which led to a court case. Wasn't this a betrayal of the principle of bipartisanship that you had been proposing 9 years before?
Absolutely not. And indeed, in some instances, there are parliamentary review of sensitive positions. And I want to be also very clear that the that we have put in place would take into consideration all of these proposals that were made. We cannot tinker with the Constitution, doing a little thing here and a little thing there, and therefore we decided to put it in a comprehensive process, again, which the opposition has thwarted. But since I have some time, let me also address some other issues about the leader of the opposition. In my own Integrity Commission report published in Parliament, there are no findings of corruption. All my assets are in Jamaica, and I have declared everything in the Integrity Commission. The leader of the opposition, however, also had a report from the Contractor General previously, which found that they benefited from public resources in an irregular way. They termed it a sweetheart deal. In my report,
There is no such thing. None of my resources are ever
Lie,
connected
lie,
to
lie,
any
lie,
public
lie.
funds or any public resources. However, for the leader of the opposition, the report was very clear that their operations
Answer him,
were
Mark. Please
considered to
answer
be
him.
irregular.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, Dr. Holness.
Man.
Mr. Golding has an opportunity to respond.
The Prime Minister has no interest in bipartisanship. He has strong dictatorial tendencies and really would prefer not to consult with the opposition at all if he didn't have to. And I say that based on my experience with him over the last 5 years. He talks about he didn't want to tinker with the Constitution. Then why did he seek to amend the Constitution as a one-off, tabling the bill and seeking to pass it on the same day to extend the DPP's tenure beyond what was constitutionally allowed? That was tinkering, Prime Minister. So come on. And in terms of Integrity Commission reports, my declarations have been certified every year as being proper. Yours have not, because you are under investigation for illicit enrichment.
Mr. Golding.
Thank you.
Our follow-up question now, Dion Jackson has indicated she'd like to use the first of her follow-up questions.
On the same issue of the DPP's appointment, Principal Dr. Holness doesn't require constitutional amendments, though. And if it is that you were committed to the principle of bipartisanship, why would you have rejected such strongly worded opposition coming from the opposition leader?
End of the day, this matter was taken to the court, and the courts decided.
Why you take it to the court?
And the DPP was reinstated. I want to also clarify something that the leader of the opposition said.
Clarify what?
The investigations carried out by the Integrity Commission are at an end. I am not currently under any investigation. There were no findings of corruption or charges. The leader of the opposition continues to try to weaponize these things because that is the only crutch he has to stand on. I, Andrew Holness, am thoroughly transparent.
Thank you, Dr. Holness. Thank you, Dr. Holness. Mr. Golding has the opportunity to respond.
Again, Andrew Holness is being disingenuous and tricky.
Thank you.
The Integrity Commission referred his matters to the Financial Investigations Division, a law enforcement agency charged with investigating serious financial crimes for further investigation. What was his response? When there was a vacancy at the head of it, he sought to appoint or influence the appointment of somebody who is his close personal friend and who had said publicly on nationwide radio that he didn't see anything wrong in the report on Mr. Holness's financial situation, the Integrity Commission's report. It was clearly a setup job, and we feel that very strongly that this needs to be addressed.
Thank you, Mr. Golding. Our next question from social media. I'm going to hand over to Amoy.
Malik on Facebook says, many Jamaicans feel the economic growth that's been reported hasn't lowered their grocery bills or electricity costs. How do you measure economic success beyond the statistics?
Dr. Holness has the opportunity to respond.
The first measure is income. And 280,000 jobs have been created in Jamaica, which means that more Jamaicans have. There is a rise in income. Let's look at the minimum wage. The Jamaica Labour Party government has tripled the minimum wage. So there are more Jamaicans earning more at the lower levels of our country. Further, access to basic amenities. 350,000 Jamaicans have access to potable water. In our next term, we will ensure that the 900,000 Jamaicans which now don't have reliable or full access to water will have access to water. Transportation, public transportation. We have done an amazing job in reducing bus fares and increasing the convenience and efficiency of public transportation, including implementing a rural bus fare system. On electricity, we have reduced the GCT on electricity, a promise made by the previous government and not kept. We have done it in a sustainable way. But more importantly, we have not
placed any new taxes on the people of Jamaica since our government has been managing the fiscal affairs of this country.
Mr. Golding has an opportunity to respond.
First of all, I think the question is sound because statistics don't tell the full picture. Jamaica's competitiveness has been falling, yet they say that we have record low unemployment. Several 100,000 Jamaicans are outside the labor force and are not measured for that purpose. And indeed, you're regarded as being employed if you're employed 1 hour a week.
Thank you.
55% of Jamaicans are suffering from food insecurity. That is what the United Nations says, the FAO, which is an agency of the UN, says. 55% of Jamaicans are not getting adequate nutrition. That is not consistent with prosperity or low poverty rates or low unemployment rates.
Thank you.
As for transportation costs, those are extremely high for many Jamaicans, which is why we want to introduce the RIDE program, a subsidy for rural children to help them to get to school in an affordable way. $10,000 per child who needs it in each family. So if you have more than one child, each one of them would qualify for this, because we recognize that that is one of the causes of absenteeism in schools at the moment. As for electricity, the rate and cost of electricity under this government has gone way higher than where we left it at 23 cents per kilowatt hour. Now it's over 40. And as for the GCT, they are providing a subsidy at the moment, but they haven't said for how long, and there's no commitment to keep
Thank
it
you,
on.
Mr. Golding.
No!
We're now going to be taking a short break, and we invite you to stay tuned.
The general elections debates are presented by the Jamaica Debate Commission. Watch, listen, decide, vote.
The following.
But him come with him bag a lie. But people lie. You know say we know somebody now work. The one of this a lie, you know. The one of everything you say a lie.
I want to ask Andrew Holness, yeah, as it relates to the 280,000. As it relates to the 280,000 new jobs we might talk about. What are those jobs listed on? What type of investment are those 280,000 new jobs listed under? And you need to tell me which manufacturing sector, which manufacturing sector come and employ 280,000 new jobs as it relates to people getting jobs. And to lie.
Lie, man.
The man lie out of this world, my brother, man. The man, hey, that man is serious when it comes to lie, you know. Imagine in a debate. Come on, man. Get real.
But you know what is my concern? The body camera thing. Remember, Horace Chang came out and said the police don't need any body cameras. All right?
Into the body camera upon them, I in the police and face it and push up.
And then Andrew himself came out on a stage and said, Jamaica does not need any opposition leader. He doesn't need any opposition. So how are you going to talk about that? Man, this man just too liar, man.
Wicked boy, them people, man.
You see, Andrew,
hang on there, melting pot.
Andrew want to lie and wait the debate to convince the both of them at a last minute junction. Well, Andrew is saying now under no investigation from the IC. We know IC stop investigation and turn it over to FID. IC can't bother with you to lie. So IC turn it over.
And the TAJ too.
So we know what Andrew under no investigation from the Integrity Commission. We know that, and we tell the people them say investigation with the IC, it come to a halt, because you not cooperate. So them have to draw the bigger edge now for your feed. Andrew too liar for go, man.
And the TAJ too, don't forget that part too.
Man.
And it's the first ever prime minister who does not pay taxes in this country.
The man say all I'm asset there Jamaica. Lie that again, Andrew.
Lie now. Lime actually, some came man.
All about the place him have him thing them. All over the place. You wait till when Marky G them do them one of the thing for this piece of shit, yeah. At them time the people are gonna know the real Andrew Holness. Criminal.
Exactly. And the body camera situation, they bought some body cameras and the body cameras were not working because, by the software to go to work with the body cameras. Jamaica eye shut down because of what happened, not maintaining it. Right?
Remember, Andrew Holness is a cheap government who learn to rob the country money, But when them
learn to rob it, man.
Cheap scale. Cheap scale.
I'm learning from Chiago, I'm living in the financial thing with Chiago in them time there, Them learn how to scheme the money off,
A bandolo, man.
Yeah, man. Then I'm bringing scam,
Yeah, we know that.
The country,
We know that, brother. Hey, Buddha, let me tell you something, man. The guy is a bandolist of the highest order.
Man.
That's all me know about Andrew Holness. He's not bright, he's not smart, he's not clever, he's just a bandolist guy.
Him learn the trade, man. He come like pickpocket.
We know that. Blinds teach him,
Yeah, blinds teach him, man.
He want to surpass blinds. Yeah, because that time they say. Out blinds. And blinds never do nothing. So you
Welcome
know
back
word.
to the final segment of the Leaders Debate presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission. We invite you, the public, to send us your questions via direct message on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok to Jamaica Debates. Now, this segment actually begins with a follow-up question. Giovanni Dennis has indicated that he'd like to ask one of his follow-up questions, and that goes to Dr. Andrew Holness.
Dr. Holness, on the matter of your government's hostility towards accountability institutions, in a world where journalists reporting on the conflict in Gaza are being murdered, the constant attacks on the press in Jamaica by both political parties undermine press freedom and has been reflected in Jamaica's slippage on the World Press Freedom Index. We have just seen the release of the names of journalists that both political parties objected to participating in the national debates. Why do both parties continue to undermine press freedom and put journalists in danger?
To be clear, my political party does not undermine press freedom. To be clear, my political party did not object. The objections came from the PNP. And historically, it is the PNP that has been vociferous, including attacking a particular radio station. I personally have stayed away from any negative commentary.
You can't say personally.
You're bomber clad. Are you undermining the thing I'm gonna do it?
Journalism. And I want to make that absolutely clear. In the time I have, I will rebut. I am in no way associated with the head of the FID. My understanding is that the head of the FID is a friend
Thank you,
of the
Dr.
leader of the
Holness.
opposition.
Thank you, Dr. Holness. Mr. Golding has the opportunity to respond.
Press freedom is a fundamental pillar on which democracy is based, and I and my party fully support press freedom. The Prime Minister said something which was untrue when he said that only our side objected to some journalists. Their side also objected. In fact, we objected to 3, they objected to 4 journalists, and the matter was eventually resolved, and here we are. The truth is that some journalists in the country are not as independent as others, are not as professional as others, and it is quite legitimate to criticize persons who you don't feel are living up to the standards of their profession. But we would never do anything to threaten or undermine press freedom, or indeed to make any journalist feel unsafe. And if it ever happens, we'll take out whatever it needs to stop it happening.
Thank you, Mr. Golding. Our next question is from Dion Jackson Miller, and it goes to Mr. Golding.
Mr. Golding, Causal Barnett is a blind Jamaican who is also a very experienced and very qualified teacher, but who was out of a job for 4 years. Now, your manifesto promises to protect the rights of persons with disabilities. Those Jamaicans are disproportionately affected by poverty. Vision 2030 says that governments haven't been living up to reserve a percentage of public sector jobs for persons with disabilities. That would have helped people like Mr. Barnett and others like him. Would a PNP government implement such a recommendation?
Thank you for that question, Dion. I come from a family that has delivered transformational national service to the country, in particular in the area of persons with disabilities. My father was the first orthopedic surgeon in Jamaica, and he established what was then the Polio Center, became the Mona Rehabilitation Center. And when he died in 1996, it was named after him. It's now called the Sir John Golding Rehab Center. He also established the Hope Valley Experimental School, a school for integrated education for able-bodied and children with disabilities. 2 parliamentarians went to that school, and they established the National Road Safety Council because of his awareness of the fact that many people who end up with disabilities is as a result of road traffic accidents. I am, and we are very committed to implementing the UN Convention for the Persons with Disabilities, which Jamaica was the first country in the hemisphere to sign. And we are the ones who passed the Disabilities Act, brought it to Parliament. This government took 7 years to bring it into effect. We're glad it's in effect, but it needs to be actualized now in practice so that persons with disabilities feel and see the benefits of it. We are fully committed to that, and we are going to establish a National Disabilities Fund to aid persons with disabilities so that they can have their assistive aids, they can get help to establish themselves in business at home and improve sidewalks for their transportation. We are committed to the community of persons with disabilities.
Dr. Holness has the opportunity to respond.
To be clear, one of the things that I'm very proud of is that my administration has reserved under special orders through the NHD houses for persons with disability. They have a direct access. Under the new social housing program, we make it a point of duty to support persons with disabilities. And many persons with disabilities have benefited. Our administration have brought into effect the Disabilities Act. We continue to support the disabled community with grants and an increase in path benefits. Our government is committed to supporting persons with disability in Jamaica.
Dion Jackson-Miller has indicated that she would like to take her second follow-up question.
Yes, Mr. Golding, we hear the broad statements of policy and principle, but what persons with disabilities want are jobs, which is why I'm asking specifically if your administration would implement a recommendation to reserve a certain percentage of public sector jobs for persons with disabilities.
Yes, we have committed to that across MDNAs, ministries, departments, and agencies, that we would like to see quotas or an allocation for the disabilities community to have the benefit of employment opportunities in the public sector. But we also recognize the need to ensure that those who have the capacity to deliver services or to make things at home are empowered to do so. And that's why we have the National Disabilities Fund, which we will establish to help them to get a start in life in the area of business and fulfill their talents and monetize their talents so they can uplift themselves and their families from their homes. So yes, we're fully on board with the idea that you mentioned, Jan.
Dr. Holness, to rebut.
Most definitely. We will do that, and we will do more. In fact, at the Office of the Prime Minister, we do make it a point of duty to ensure that persons with disabilities are employed at the Office of the Prime Minister, and we will give that directive, if it is not already in effect, to all the ministries. But more than that, people want to
if it didn't infect, I hear the Prime Minister. You will know that infect.
And we do various initiatives, including through the various development funds that we have, will provide resources to persons with disability so that they can start their own businesses. And I think that is really the critical thing, to ensure that our persons with disability are independently earning income.
Our next question still goes to Dr. Holness, and it comes from Giovanni Dennis.
Dr. Holness, communities like Charlemont, Birdsucker, Acadia, and many others across the corporate area have complained and have taken the government to court for inadequately regulated developments. Justice Hart Hines, in a 2021 ruling, said the KSAMC and NEPA have been dilatory in their mandate to enforce local planning laws and regulations. In December 2021, he said work was being done to restructure the entire approval process. yet the issues persist. Why isn't more being done to force the KSAMC and the NEPA to do their jobs to enforce the building regulations?
When that comment was made, the situation was as you have said. Since then, there have been significant improvement in enforcement and including a new planning order for Kingston and St. Andrew, which clarifies many of the issues that were in contention, including we have included more inspection officers at the KSAMC, and there are more cases now being brought to court which are being prosecuted. So there has been an improvement. However, I believe that there is still much more work to be done in terms of increasing the enforcement capabilities. And yes, there are some legislative changes that need to be clarified, particularly as to how titles are issued and how densities are approved.
Mr. Golding has the opportunity to respond.
Since the People's National Party assumed the leadership in the council of the KSAMC, the new Mayor Andrew Swaby has been pursuing internal governance reform, including persons from outside to try and improve standards and processes, make them more transparent and effective so that the citizens of the corporate area can expect higher levels of governance. I think it's unfortunate that in the case of Mr. Holness and his wife, they are in the business of real estate development, or certainly she is, and that presents serious conflicts of interest which have manifested themselves in some of their own schemes that they've developed. I think we need to have rules which preclude that kind of activity so that there's no question of conflicts of interest.
We've come to the point in the debate when the debaters get an opportunity to ask each other questions. We begin, we invite Mr. Golding to ask a question of Dr. Andrew Holness.
Mr. Holness, the Integrity Commission in their court filing in the case that you brought to try and strike down the act and eliminate the offense for which you are being investigated, have said that you had money in the Ponzi scheme Olint and you got it out, while others suffered losses. You had money in Cash Plus, another Ponzi scheme where people lost lots of money, you got it out. And of course, you had money in SSL, and you were able to withdraw your money before it collapsed. In fact, I would say the only person that Usain Bolt has not been able to catch up with is you. And I want to ask you, how do you think and why do you think the people of Jamaica should trust you to be in charge of the governance of the country for a third term with that track record and with that cloud hanging over your head?
The leader of the opposition is a liar and cannot be trusted. I lost money in Cash Plus and Olint. However, the PNP accepted and received $1 million from Olint. He has no credibility to talk about Ponzi scheme. They benefited from the Ponzi scheme to fund their election campaign.
Yes, about drop down, you know.
He questions my wife's integrity about development. My wife and my family are hardworking Jamaicans. We started off with taxes like he has sought to weaponize that. Who receive me when I go into the country, they say, Andrew, don't worry. No weapon formed against you.
Mr. Golding, you're welcome.
I've made the point that for the Prime Minister and his wife to be in the real estate business when so many of the agencies of government which regulate that business fall under his Ministry of Economic Development and Job Creation creates the possibilities for conflicts of interest, and I stick by that position.
We now invite Dr. Andrew Holness to ask a question of Mr. Mark Golding.
The leader of the opposition speaks about integrity and trust. He was an advisor to a former Minister of Finance that put in place a policy of high interest rate, for which he acted as a broker for the government to invest loans and bonds for which he received a commission of high interest rate, to the point where one of his members described this as the greatest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich. He, the top Panaris lawyer has made billions of this, yet
he
does not disclose this in his integrity report. In fact, he doesn't even have a house in Jamaica. How can we believe you? And do you have assets in overseas companies for which you have not disclosed?
I've disclosed all my assets, and that's why my Integrity Commission declarations are certified. Your allegations are scurrilous and false. You made reference to DBNG, although you didn't call the name. DBNG was established in 1992 as an investment firm by 3 young Jamaican entrepreneurs. When the financial sector meltdown occurred some years later, and FinSAC was established as a response to try and protect the savers of this country so they didn't lose their money in their deposits in the banking system and their pensions and so on, DBNG, like other financial firms at the time, had to navigate that carefully to survive. We eventually were approached by a leading international bank, Scotiabank, who did a thorough due diligence on the company. It's a listed company where we were a listed company from inception. Our audited financial statements are public. Our quarterly financial statements are public. They looked at us inside out and upside down, found nothing, absolutely nothing untoward, and they bought the company. And we have nothing to hide on when it comes to DBNG. I would say, why is your government, having spent $200 million on this commission of inquiry into FinSAC, hiding the FinSAC report? Is it because you and your wife bought a house from somebody who had been FinSAC? You're a hypocrite, Andrew Holness. To be accusing me of anything in relation to FinSAC when you have been a direct beneficiary of the losses of somebody who was FinSAC, who lost their money.
Again, you go to attacking my wife.
Yeah.
When you, according to the Contractor General's report, benefited from a sweetheart deal that was irregular.
That makes sense.
You benefited off the backs of the Jamaican people. You were a connected party with the then Minister of Finance, and you advised and created the FinSAC debacle with high interest rate. You benefited from FinSAC.
Your welfare, your
open market. And again, you come with weaponized lies.
Not
work.
We now go to closing statements. Now, based on the earlier coin toss, Mr. Mark Golding of the PNP will go first.
The general election next week, Wednesday, presents a historic opportunity for the people of Jamaica. After 13 and a half years of belt tightening and austerity, we are finally in a situation where the debt to GDP ratio has achieved or is on the cusp of achieving the 60%, which was written into the fiscal rules by Portia Simpson Miller. That means that the fiscal rules and prudent economic management can change gear and look at how we can grow the economy and build a society with a better quality of life for all. We see some serious issues that need to be addressed. 700,000 Jamaicans or thereabouts live on public land, lands where they've built their homes, but they don't have titles. The colonial era law set the period as 60 years of occupation before they can get ownership. We are going to reduce that to 25 years. We're going to give them titles. And that is going to unlock over $1 trillion of wealth, which is now sealed up and quarantined in the old colonial era law that is still on the books. That is why also we're increasing the threshold to 3.5 million. So working families who are struggling to make ends meet can get a little break so they can live a better life. It's why we're going to be removing the tax from the overtime pay of workers earning up to $6 million so they can make it easier in life as well. And when I govern the country as Prime Minister to serve you, I will ensure that accountability and transparency are at the center of what we do, and any hanky-panky, any violation of the public trust will be met with the full force of the law with no protection from me. And that is a huge difference between the government I will lead and the government of Andrew Holness. That is why I'm asking you, on election day, next Wednesday, vote for the People's National Party. Put your ex beside the head. Time come for a better life.
We now invite Dr. Andrew Holness of the JLP to go ahead with your closing statement.
Of course.
The administration that I lead on your behalf has cut the debt in half.
You don't cut the debt.
We
That's
have
one of that. Move your
created
bum buck, lad.
280,000 new jobs, brought in
Fucking
85,000 persons into the labor force.
Lie.
We have tripled the minimum wage.
Lie.
Cut
Not triple.
murders by 55% over the
The
last
people that know that lie
year.
be
You have
alive
had
and
no
dead.
new taxes to worry about. This administration has taken on the previously thought of impossible to solve problems.
Lie.
We have solved them. We are an administration of performance. In our next term, our pensioners who have worked so hard will get a break. Those earning $6 million or below will pay no income tax. We will give a new income tax rate to be graduated, everyone pays lower taxes. You will see 60,000 more houses being brought on the market, 50% of them dedicated to young people. We will give incentives to developers to build houses for young people. You will see a new transportation system for rural school children coming into being. You will see more work being done on reducing electricity. Our government is a government of performance. This election is about a clear choice. Promise or performance.
You not perform.
That's what it is.
You not perform.
You not perform, man. You know you not perform.
You not perform.
It is this administration that has taken on the difficult problems and delivered for you. I ask you on election day to vote for what is best for Jamaica. Vote for a government that performs. Vote for the Jamaica Labour Party.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Holness. Thank you, Mr. Golding. In the good spirit of
shake
the
man.
debates, we now invite Dr. Holness and Mr. Golding to shake hands.
Look, you see my move? Watch out. You see my move?
I'm about to walk over to the fourth one.
Hold on.
Agrees.
Energy.
The leadership debate between party leader Dr. Andrew Holness, representing the Jamaica Labour Party, and party leader Mr. Mark Golding, representing the People's National Party. Our sincere thanks to both party leaders and all the debaters. This was the final debate in the 2025 general election debate series. Thanks for joining us. Thanks to our studio audience, our production crew, production and funding partners, and most of all, our viewers and listeners all across Jamaica and the diaspora. I am Archibald Gordon. Good night.
Good night, sir.
Yeah.
And you can put a foot forward. People market you, Andrew, and can put a foot forward for move. The man lose. Hey. Say, he might pray to God to give him the energy. The man weak now while ago.
He will be dropped. That's him can't move up to the platform. That's how far market he go meet him and shake him on. He can't move. I want him go hold on back. Drop him.
And your foot them was shame to move. To have the integrity.
Well, under better. Here I'm wicked now. After them come and try weaponize FinSac. Remember in a legal company I do them legal work.
Yeah.
The man said market you weaponize him. Him a FinSac house. Market you have it a weapon. Hey, everything I'm said today that market you weapon with you know. When you realize?
Yeah, man, hold on what you say, man.
Your market make me tell you something around with market you. Hey, Andrew, go away. We done with your landslide.
Landslide this.
Hey, Byron, what you say about Byron? Talk to me now, man.
Well, basically what we have witnessed tonight is that, Marky G used, to be honest, used Andrew Holness as a map to wipe up the floor of corruption.
Yeah, man.
And it is a total outright devastating beating. Now, let me just go through some of the points as it relates to, what we have just witnessed. I think when it comes to the Bertha issue that Andrew Holness rose into the debate, that was a very low blow.
That's
right?
what they put up.
Yes, but you know what? Goes to show you as it is to Mark Gordon leadership, and to show you that Mark Gordon was quite strategical, because it seems like Mark Gordon was anticipating Andrew Holness to come out with that. And so then he was very much prepared in having his birth certificate to rebut Andrew Holness. I don't think that Andrew Holness was looking for that. So
yeah.
Exactly. So this goes to show you how strategical, you understand, Mark Gordon was in terms of, rebutting Andrew Holness. Right? It was a very low blow coming from the Prime Minister. And what does the Prime Minister mean? That you born in Jamaica doesn't mean that you're a Jamaican.
What a dumb question. What a dumb idiot question.
Exactly. You know, market you do better. Well, on there.
Yeah.
Man, all right. So we have the new birth certificate. You know, market you do. Go for the. Okay, we have the old one too. You know.
Yes. My one.
And we get. And show him said, see, another new one him get. You know, like him just and the old one we have. Remember, I change out now. You know, the man. The old birth certificate can mash up. I carry one film by the way.
Yeah.
In a copy. Me bumbo plate.
Again, we're I mean, look, it is just totally beating straight through. At one point, I am saying, oh my goodness, right? It was really riveting to know that, you understand, he was just getting punched, and he has no form of answer.
No defense. The one that me can't understand, when him say, not true, you're born in Jamaica. What kind of question that you ask?
I mean, come on.
Yeah. You said you're true that born in Jamaica. That doesn't mean you're not Jamaican.
You are Jamaican.
Yeah,
I don't know where he's going with that.
What kind of stupid question that you ask the big man?
Exactly, brother. That is just very.
And the man will show you in birth paper and bring one figure, make you certify it then.
Exactly.
And the man says, we'll certify your thing the way for export to the people. You do that. You can't defend that.
And I do agree with you, Rodolphe, right? In terms of, the way how Mark Gordon drug him through the
right down the road.
Use him to clean up the floor. Because Mark Gordon is saying to him that, look, you cannot claiming good governance when the simple thing as it relates to you signing the code of conduct, you didn't do that.
You don't do that.
You have problem with the Integrity Commission in terms of your integrity, your statutory declaration cannot be certified. Mark Gordon stood there looking Andrew in the face and saying to him, my statutory declaration on a yearly basis, submitted on time and certified. Now, Andrew Holness couldn't respond to that. The line couldn't respond again, as it relates to that the investigation come to a halt and close. No, the entire world know that you lied on that, because the reason for that is just that the Integrity Commission, right, has been asking you, right, from God he knows when, from Whopper killing Philip, for you to explain your source of wealth. And you just cannot explain your source of wealth. The thing about that is just that the Integrity Commission investigators don't really embed it with certain powers, right? Prosecutorial powers, because they would have prosecuted you. So you need to understand that. If they have the prosecutorial powers, Andrew, you would have been prosecuted. Where the investigation stopped and handed over is right there, where the Integrity Commission is asking you to explain your source of wealth. You can't. And so that is the reason why the Integrity Commission investigators handed over the file to FID, right, for further investigation, along with the TAJ also, you understand, aligned with that investigation. So here it is, and we want to get into the final stretch of a general election. Sold himself very short. I mean, extremely short. Lies after lies after lies, obvious lies, right, that being pointed out here tonight, Mark Golden, to me, is the clear victor.
No, for the say go, for the first remarks pass, him get knocked out.
Yeah. I do agree with that, Rodolphe. I do agree with that. Right? I mean, Mark Golden is a master. It's a mastery performance we had seen with Mark Golden. Right? I mean, Mark Golden had delivered all the jabs, all the uppercuts, and there it is, Andrew Holness. As a matter of fact, to be truthful, Andrew Holness have been knocked out from the first round.
First round. Can't come with that thing never. Arrogant.
Brother,
proper arrogant, he coming and Mark going to sit back and watch the arrogant when I come in.
Say, Prime Minister, you're done, bad.
Yeah, man, done. You understand? Done.
Yo, and prove to the world and prove to Jamaican people that I want to don't say fuck I never say. I'm a Prime Minister.
Exactly right. I aim back for an next Titan to see.
Yo, my granddaughter is a teacher, you know. Because that's a listen to debate, you know. She's the owner of the future, you know that. And your children don't be the future. Don't play around.
All right. So hear this now. Melting Pot. You see this? You see what I'm doing? Him lie. Because remember, you know, if the IC now investigate him say, the them not pass the statutory declaration. Ask anybody who ask and why them not clear from 21, 22, 23, 24, it can't clear. Because them say we the other investigation and them to prison you. They make a suit without packet for you. Like I say, you know, when them do you just wear my suit. What we are saying? Designed by me. I'm going to ask Melting Pot to design one for you. Because we don't want no packet because you love too much packet. So we don't want no packet for you. You're too much thing in a packet. I want to buy one design one for you, you know. Yes, Melting.
Exactly.
And treating for you. Yes, Pat.
Short pants too. Short pants.
No. As it relates to Andrew Holness and him trying to, you know, vindicate himself as being innocent.
Yes.
In regards to the investigation surrounding his statutory declaration. Yes. No, we found that very, very uncomfortable to digest. Yeah. That just put another bitter taste in my mouth, you know. I mean, it already bitter, you know. Because there's no way Andrew Holness should have ever come and try to refute all the claims that John Public know about him as it relates to his statutory declaration cannot be certified. And people, we are not just looking at 2021, you know. And just statutory declaration cannot be certified from as far back as 1998 because Andrew Holness was giving false statement to him well to the Integrity Commission from as far back then. Andrew did not submit anything about Dildo Taxi Service, nor Sunshine Mobile where I run, nor Omega loan scheme where I lend people money. Them they never come on the book. So right there and then, Andrew cannot be certified. No time at all. So Andrew Holness has been an uncertified member of parliament until he become prime minister. Him still can't certify. And so Andrew Holness was living in Kukuland, thinking that, oh yes, I beat the system. But here comes the Titan, along with the CEO, Mr. Wayne Lonesome. Man like Mystic Sensation, who you know is a certified investigator. Yeah? And people like me in the space, Melting Pot, when I deal with corruption. Yeah? Pinskew where have our knowledge on the ground we hear from the grapevine. How many more of us? And what we have done? We have cracked the seal and the code where them have operate them corruption scheme for a long time and start to expose them. Because this is why Mark G rubbish certain of the media people from down there, you know, where them want to come at the debate, you know. Because we know them one side and we know Mark G attack. Big nasty thinking dirty Big Mama and him crew. Yeah? Because them now report on these things. A social media pin out Andrew dirty laundry online like everybody sees. We come out in nasty thinking dirty laundry them. Laundries of corruption as it relates to money laundering. Okay? And so we start to expose him activity. Andrew Holness activity date back even before him come in a prominent public space where him seek legal representation to the people. Andrew Ado Bandolo is in front of him go around Eddie. That's why Andrew sent 47 million into politics. Come on, people. Don't forget the genesis. Andrew said it. Said it publicly in an interview with Fish Headless. You understand? So Andrew, your segment where you put in the affidavit, that is what we dissect. We not dissect here, say, you know. And your one word when at the affidavit where we look back on. Yeah. Because we see you in a 2020 have 200 million. Yeah. But by another 2 years, another year, you gone 470 million, nearly 300 million more you accumulate. Come on, Andrew. You as an individual, you grow faster than America economy, man. You grow faster than Singapore economy. Me don't know where you get your wealth from. And you can't explain it. Then hold on, we don't have to bring you into questioning, man. And we just ask you one simple question, Andrew. Just tell about the Genesis. We will move on to Exodus and our Revelation and Deuteronomy and Joshua. And then we judge you. Come on, when you root. Come on.
That bad melting pot. Repeat it again, melting pot. Repeat it. Sorry. Repeat it. Repeat that melting pot. Repeat
all right, let me say to Andrew again. Andrew, just tell John Public about the Genesis. We will move on to Revelation, Exodus, and all the one there. You understand? And judge you right down to the root. The root of your corruption.
But so the Genesis is not explain. So the market you win Wednesday. He might go to Exodus. I want to go stop him with that.
No, he can't do the movements and the people about you. He cannot do the movements of the people.
Exodus. So they will not
the movement of your people. I'm going to open another one they are talking about. Because Andrew can't move it up.
In my place, I hate to retreat, so I'm going to cut him. So if I stop him.
No, he can't move. He can't.
Yeah. We have a house. Man, go walk up for shake, man. That's him can't move.
Him cannot move. He must show you already, you know. After the debate, you know,
Mark go and walk for the implode. And walk for shake, man. In wall and for the implode, man, shake Mark here and drop in the push down, drop it up.
Him weak.
Because just look at him. I said, Mark, you walk off for the implode. A good distance away from implode. And walk up to the he barely, he have to run back and hold on for the blood clot.
Hold on, Ebola. What happened to Mark? What Marky G do to Andrew Holness tonight, you know? You see the pressure of Marky G turn on, bust up all and pipe them.
Let me say something to him.
I tell him, man.
I'm carrying pink. Where the gentleman will attack around here, you know. So I carrying the leader. But hear this now. Look what laughable now. Mark Golding never lived nowhere else in the world and then grew up in family and everything, right?
Yeah.
In family. But Andrew Holness, you don't have any house, you don't own any house in Jamaica. Andrew Holness.
Yeah. Where you all that? All that statement there.
Andrew, stop making them mislead you, man. Stop making people mislead you, brother.
You know, this marking on time on that. Because I know marking on you know, right?
Yeah, but that means marking him now. Are you going to mark him house?
Yeah, tell Marky G said, if no one off that Jamaica. And Marky G a multi-millionaire. And that teeth not the clean and the poor. Ever see that thing till went some.
Yeah.
When I used to preach to my Mark Golden, you know.
Yeah.
I'm saying get a vision
No,
from God.
with him, man.
Yeah.
Him. Yeah, when I have now catch you the one that was in bus with thing with the mind. We don't see your thing there, but we're not too you know. But when
yeah.
you know better. Or him come up with that. You
yeah.
know, so the man company them right there. The man
yeah. I got to say about man that own the house.
The
You
man
see, Jamaican people look funny like an idiot.
What you mean the man have nothing at all? I'm full, sir.
Yeah.
Man. The man pressure pipe.
Even if he might ban Jamaica, he means that blood. What a fool prime minister boy like that, man.
Yes.
Oh, never the lioness ban him now. Never the lioness ban him now.
Yeah, my point of view on this interview, this debate, is just basically the don'ts being smitten down by a brilliant mind. Because from the first punch out, first round, Andrew was about to cry. I heard him respond, and after that, I could hear the tears in his voice. And he could not look Mark Gordon in his eyes most of the debate. He couldn't even look at Mark Gordon. When you talk about Mark Gordon's house, and Mark Gordon not having a house in his name, remember, Jamaican people, a lot of us live in a dead left house. You understand me? Mark Gordon's father built a house. It was last year that Mark Gordon's mother died. So obviously, the house did not transfer yet to Mark Gordon's name.
Thank you. Pink skill. Voilà, one minute. You, me never want to call a name. Yeah, and you have a clown name out there. So, but if you come on, so come to when you see we run, you start talking, and you come on there, you're full of shit. I remember when I first run under your big dirty thinking, mama too, yeah? With different runners, so, yeah? And I like, you don't want everybody think, go push up, you look at dirty thinking self. Go and go be it. Thank you, man. Yes.
Yeah, so let me explain to Jamaican people this thing about the house. A lot of us live in dead left house. You understand me? And if his mother died last year, it would not be transferred to his name now. It take a while for it to transfer to Mark's name. You understand me? So obviously, as a non-argument coming from Andrews, a don't argument. And when you look at the real Cobra thing, I was hoping that Mark Gowley would have mentioned in his debate and his response to that issue about the fact that Andrew controls NEPA in his office again. Plus, Mark Golden was the one who took it up on himself and put fish in the real Cobra after the chemical spill.
Yes.
Let me remind Jamaicans this. It was Mark Golden who put new fish, baby fish, baby fish, back into Rio Cobra. And for the year after, people could go back there and fish from the Rio Cobra. So don't forget that incident there. So when you're trying to, and it's what for lies and lies and lies on top of lies. No, sir. It's like say everything the man say is a pure lies. And listen, as my brother Bulla said, he was so weak he couldn't even move from the podium. It was so obvious. His body language, the body language was like,
hey, you know, sorry, mommy. You know, the Mark Golden sister, I drop a run over there. Me tell you that, you know, the picture that me get, you know.
Index.
Yo, the picture that me get, you know, the man will drop it. Mark Golden run. So they can run, Mark Golden run, go over there, go hold him up, you know.
Let me tell you what I'm doing.
And I have this last point to make. I have just one more point to make. You see this thing about dual citizenship. I want to remind Jamaicans this. Commonwealth countries legally, any member from a Commonwealth country can become a politician in another Commonwealth country. There's nothing illegal about it. Countries like Canada, and everything like that. But most laborites do not know this. All right? America is not a member of the
The
Commonwealth.
Commonwealth, yes.
So when Tiago was a prime minister in Jamaica, he was an illegal prime minister. And let me remind Jamaicans this: Matthew Samuda was born in England.
Yeah.
Matthew Samuda, who is actually a member of parliament under for this government in St. Anne, was not born here. So when Andrew was talking about you have to not being born here does not make you a Jamaican. Make that make sense. Does that mean I who was born here, Wayne Lonesome who was born here, Byron who was born here, Bulla who was born here, Melting Pot who was born here, are not Jamaicans either? Is that what he's saying?
And that boy want to know.
Because does not make any sense.
But
no make sense.
Hear this now.
Yeah.
So him a Jamaican and look how him a the two people them. Him come with two.
Yeah.
Thank you. And one more point I have to make is this.
Yeah.
And Margot already made it. Why is he trying to tell us that he's fighting hard to make us a republic, yet he is a member of the Privy Council? He swore every Privy Council member have to swear allegiance to the monarch, to the English monarch.
Yeah, that's what McDonald said.
So how you exactly my point, Bulla. How can you come here and talk about making Jamaica a republic and completely independent and not having issues with the CCJ when you, Andrew Holness, took 2 members of your cabinet because they objected to your point of view of the CCJ? Remember, Andrew Holness, you took tough stand and Arthur Williams to court because they did not agree with your point of view of the CCJ. Do not forget that, Jamaicans. That was what the court case was about because they did. That's why you wanted them out of the cabinet, and those undated, unsigned resignation letters became a court issue. So if you Jamaicans don't know this, let me remind you of this thing here. And the only persons who are impressed with Andrew's performance or non-performance tonight is the dunce-head Labourite. I'm not afraid to call him this. This is almost days before election. Dunce-head Labourite who can't have no reasonability.
No
the dunce
reasonability.
people them who never see classroom yet. The dunce people them who walk past one school. The dunce people who say them name Pambula and yam it will accept anything from Andrew tonight. And I yield the floor.
Right, so let me say something to you now. We will just declare something tonight. Mark Golding and others with a 3-0. No,
3-0.
3-0. The first round. The first round in the now.
Remember the world world like a mash you up. You know, have nothing left. You understand? That name 3-0. But Mark Anglo on a boss, bad man, him step on him that floor mat. Him roll him swing like a dirty broom. Him sweep him all over the place. My eye and the honest, you can't sleep tonight. Him want to run out, you know. Him think
meeting.
Byron, the man thinks I don't know. The man just try to see him job back him now. Oh, you go for my wife. You can't take an interest.
Him talk about his wife. Andrew should have seen him. Hold on.
Tell man how got my wife on stage.
Talk about my wife.
Yeah, Andrew a big boy behind the wife how got a black Sunday cup.
And I say chick will lose.
Play dolly thing.
You know, you call my wife and you weaponize and I even weaponize things. And hey, but you say my man, me don't mark one and
But
hey. Still alive.
The importance of this tonight is to show the public as it relates to how serious the comrade leader is. Very serious in terms of
serious man.
Because right there, that Mark Golding stood in front of his face and the entire Jamaican people who Mark Golding is representing, and telling him for what it is straight to his face, that basically Mark Golding is saying that he's a liar and he's a consistent liar. Right?
Yeah.
He's definitely diabolically mendacious. That is what
No, the man said he's not this lie. He's some of my part at 28 you have better.
Yes.
28 accounts.
Yes.
Them discover 28. So
far.
they run money to it, so you have to investigate.
Yeah.
Then you know, sister. Him was it's lie. And cannot prove what a lie Mark Gold tell for him. All him just about is just lie.
Yes.
That can't convince Jamaican people them to vote for you. And your performance, the people them will deal with you now. Your performance, you know. The young people them see performance, you know. The people them talk about it, you know.
What is Sabola? Hear this now.
Young brother.
Mark G knock him, you know. With the 28 bank account. When Mark G knock him. Hold on. When Mark G knock him about the 28 bank account, you know, and the several thousand transactions. Several thousand? Come on.
Yeah. But let me say something to you now. If police are investigate, and even if him want to go close, you can't remember him have shell company. When I sell him have the shell company, them can't do him have. You never own Asmat, wait name,
Asmat.
You never own the Dilly door, and the other one where you give the people them. Can they never know about it, the other day you give them. You know, and you never declare it neither, so you declare where I say. So you never give them.
But I'm about positive media. I'm about positive media.
And Green Emerald.
Green Emerald. Finance loan. Him have too much thing. But all of them
money from. Him can't declare where him get the money from, you know.
All of them business that were Andrew Holness have. None of them not listed, you know. But Market G, them have DMB, Darren Bunting and Golden, DB&G. It listed. It's certified. It paid tax.
So Golden, may I talk to Andrew Holness. So Market G no one Darren Bunting and Golden no more. That's it. But you talk about it still, don't it? As film business and film business. And you can't go back. So you book them where you did have with the wallet for money around through it. Even if you close it down, where you tell people say you don't have them.
Yeah.
Deed with it. And then close that so you don't want it. You know, you go prison for it. You go prison with it. You never want both. You know how much same company you own and Holness. You get a whopping. Me see you want to run, you never want to shake the man on. Boy, yeah. And I talk about you and my wife. And you never know your wife. You never know your wife before. One by one, they will be going to jail.
Exactly. I remember Jamaica remember say Auntie does not pay taxes in this country.
That's it. One by one, they will be going to jail. Marky G, whop him.
Yep.
Anyone else station put phone in.
Panelist.
Yeah, and
lonesome.
55% of the people them over. You ever the man say now? Minimum wage, him wage three times. Look now, if minimum wage is 6,000 odd. For your back there so. And if there's 16 now. 3-6 how much? 18. You raise it 3 times? Minimum.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Man lie, man. The man lie. But what is now? What is the final?
Same time, brother. Brother, I'm ready.
You may
three times the amount right there. Into lie.
Wicked boy, man. Not tell him, man.
And people can't.
Me want to public. Hold on alone, some. Hold on, sir, lonesome. Let me just interject with something here. You notice all we have got through Andrew Holness statutory declaration as to when declared. You notice we not see the 150 truck yet.
Yeah.
So they all about. And the whole heap of high heavy equipment they were moving. That's why I show people say we not start here or see nothing about Andrew yet because they stop talk. Them not get to them look nitty-gritty there yet with Andrew, you know. Remember Andrew have a portion of truck, you know.
Him water, water truck to him and sell water to the
3-0. We're done.
So you can't talk to me around us.
Yeah, the liquor man them will use that. The liquor man them will use that a one chop and a two chop. When they gonna get them contract. Andrew will just lick them out of contract.
Him take with that from the small people them.
Take away all of that from the small people them.
Yeah.
We're done with him a morning. Hey, me have all the thing with comedy man. Remember show the people them before. When me tell them say we video the thing. With Sniffy. That I'm Sniffy we video. We have a sister there, so I will say we video. Me show some video. Remember show them some video before we leave. Cause me know why you think so we get it. We have it long time. Could I show you but we have to watch you go. I could upon Colonel Charles data. Where the Colonel data?
It's second daughter.
It's a Colonel other data from the one I carrying that. Yeah. Look here. See a pass. I'm telling you what video here now. Look here. I show you some camera there everywhere. See that man? See my pass come up here. I tell them I have camera. I know say I come. I have camera everywhere, brother. One by one, and we'll be going to jail. See people that come up there. Come by people. You can't have that.
We're not seeing it in a way. We're not seeing it.
You not see it?
No.
Voila. That's it now?
Yeah.
Alright, so now one by one you will be going to jail. Keep stop down the look here. So see now come up now. Let's keep them on the look here. What's the real line? Look here. Come to the look vote for Labour. See now? But I tell you something, I haven't seen that and the camera buy them now, you know. Watch out. Then what they see, man?
One of them son Nicodemus, them come at night.
People them are carrying them down the yes side in there, you know. Watch out.
Down the yes in there.
Down the side in there, man. Lionel
And the people them don't have any water.
See that?
The people don't have any water, you know.
Aye. Look how the road stay. Look here.
Yeah, look on the patrol.
Look here. Nah, play that.
What am I with all them green flashing light upon them van? Them not want to say them up. Hey, them boy are broke all type of roll, you know. What's upon the ass in this thing now?
And then I want to just them there.
Night time, the man them a campaign, I buy vote. We still are soon now.
So me tell them, never run no, but hear this now. Byron, me tell them, so me have video them, you know. And then exactly. Have a video lens. Me tell them, say, hey, now watch it, you know, for me say, we have it. I see the man that brings up there, them about, Andrew can't help them, Andrew dead in the game. Dead from the first question, dead in the show. Them write him off. Anything where Big Mama them want to run out and tweet it, snake, MLX Shields. Want to say, no, we have to go say, remember the whole Jamaica and everywhere, of course, you know. Una dead, dead in the show, and you're no good star. I'm one of the bad guy them. Him dead in the show, people.
The first round and gun get licked down.
First round and gun and get knocked out.
Tell him back up and go. We're done with him. Brothers and sisters, enough respect, you know. So
the panel. Let's go on the panel. Long live to PMP.
Yeah, man, big up yourself, brother.
Yeah, man. Out of love, you know, my family.
All right.
Yeah, man.
Oh.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Good night.